16 races left in the UIM MotoSurf World Championship 2025. 9 qualifying heats remaining to determine who will fight for the Macau Grand Prix of Macau in each category across the Masters, the Juniors in boy and girl, the Stock Rookie Merlin Plus, the Stock, the Women and Elite World Championships, followed by the 7 finals that will not only crown us the victors here on Hansar Beach on the island of Coleraine, but also the ultimate warriors of the 2025 MotoSurf season. Welcome along once again for the final time this season. I'm Jake Sanson and I'm speaking to you approximately 10 meters from the South China Sea as we are ready to face the elements here in Macau once more. The wind has returned, the sun has pushed any chance of rain aside, and we can battle for glory the way we like it. This sport is tough and ruthless. Sometimes it's even rough and toothless. But so far, the scores are ready to be settled here in the Special Administrative Region of China. The 5th chapter of the season after Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates, Cheshme in Turkey, Manfredonia in Italy and Zadar in Croatia. And in the season that saw MotoSurf make its World Games debut at Chengdu, we're about to witness the crescendo of this phenomenal sport. Some say these athletes have sawdust where their brains should be. Others say that this is the peak of physical athletic endurance. Whichever your stance, there is nothing quite as intense as MotoSurf. It is the ultimate aquatic discipline, and everyone here has exactly the same objective. Push the limits, find your inner confidence, and use every ounce of strength you have. This is such a fantastic place to race. Hansar Beach on Coleraine Island, not too far away from both the motor racing circuits that are nearby, which is certainly where Macau is more famous for both the international karting circuit at Coleraine, just a few kilometers down the road, and of course, the main Grand Prix circuit itself at Gia, where the likes of Ayrton Senna, Lewis Hamilton, and Michael Schumacher cut their teeth as youngsters. Now here in Macau, it's water that takes on a whole new meaning. And in this course, no 2 laps are the same. It is ultimate push time for all of our competitors, and the only thing that matters here is how the riders ride the waves. It's going to be very tricky to predict. The wind is relatively fast already this morning. It's a little bit cooler than it was yesterday already as well. So all of our competitors know that they're going to be stretching their own performances coming into today. We're about to find out how things are going to continue. It's November the 23rd, 2025, the final day of the season, and we're going to start things off with the juniors. The boy and the girl titles were clinched yesterday in the qualifying heats. The new champion in junior girl is the 12-year-old from the Czech Republic, Ellen Berdova. What a fantastic performance from her so far this season. And in the boys category, it didn't matter what Oliver Wolf or Stanislav Kohut were able to push on towards him. Matthias Barvik is now confirmed as the junior boy champion. But despite that, there are still some titles to be taken here. The 4th qualifying heat will improve the format, potentially for the likes of Oliver Wolf, who already has 2 heat wins in his pocket. If he gets a 3rd today, then he will come into the final later this afternoon with the maximum score of 54 points. That's what he's gunning for. And as for Ellen Berdova and Maya Zilevinska, well, Ellen Berdova cannot improve upon her tally. 54 is the maximum you can score from the qualifying heats. She won 3 times out of 3, and so it's going to be a nice, easy day to start with for Ellen Berdova. But certainly for her opponents, Maya Zilevinska and Adela Pokorova, along with Melanie Janubova, there's going to be some very interesting times ahead. But now, as you can see, the riders in junior boy and junior girl are heading to the water for the last time before the final this afternoon. And it's going to be fascinating to see who gets the best of it. The juniors line up in the points aggregate positions that they managed to come through from yesterday. And that puts Ellen Berdova into the inside line for pole position, with Stanislav Kohut in second position. Oliver Wolf in third from Adela Pokorova and Maja Zielewinska. All the pressure is piled up on the two leading contenders in junior, the leading girl, Ellen Berdova, and the leading boy, Stanislav Gohot. But let's see what they're able to give us as we prepare for another exciting challenge out on the waves here in Macau. So for Ellen Berdova and Stanislav Gohot, it is all about balance and poise. Learning the course again, naturally, because one of the big factors you've got to take into account after yesterday is that the circuit will be completely different to the way it was yesterday. This is not a natural race course. It is the shoreline at the South China Sea. Every day it's different, and every lap it's different. Sometimes you can hit a big wave, sometimes you can kiss a small one, but it's definitely going to be tall orders racing once again for all of our contenders here, as the battles are once again going to be giving us plenty more to discuss. So it's going to be a tough one for all of our contenders once again, as the competitors are going to have another exciting bout. But Ellen Berdova is ready to get this race underway. Gohot, Wolf, Pokorova and Maja Zielewinska. Then Matthias Barvik, the new junior boy champion, along with Maximilian Hirschka, Melanie Janubova, San Hoi Lok, Him Tang Choi and Ringo Demer. And we duck down and we're racing here at Macau for the first of our contention races. A good start initially from Ellen Berdova, who immediately comes through into the sharp end as we go through the boys for the first time at the slalom. And so it's going to be Ellen Berdova working her magic on the far side. Everybody trying to stay upright in the white water. And we've already got a couple of fallers in the slalom. So it's already pretty tricky out in the far side of the course. Who's going to come through first at the end of the run? Berdova so nearly tangling there with Stanislav Gohot, as Gohot manages to stretch in front of Ellen Berdova. That was so tight at the start of this race. And so Gohot is able to lean in on Ellen Berdova. And so they continue their charge, but it was ridiculously close on the start of the race there. So Gohot leads the way from Berdova, then Hrushka, a fantastic start up into third position. Fourth place for Oliver Wolf, then Barvik, Pokorova, Zielewinska and San Hoi Lok. Now we're still waiting for the last couple of contenders to come through at the end of the first lap. It's a very exhausting start to the day for Him Tang, along with Melanie Janubova and Ringo Demer, who are struggling to get back on pace. So a very tricky day at the races then, by the look of things. In fact, it looks to me as though Ringo Demer is not actually out there on this occasion. So a fantastic challenge, and already there's some tough battles as Ellen Berdova finds herself out of sorts after taking the long lap. And there's another faller in the long lap as well. That's one of the Czech riders having a moment there and dropping down the field. So I'm trying to make out who that is. I think that might be Oliver Wolf. So Oliver Wolf having a moment there, and that's put him down into the long lap water. So that is a very annoying start as far as Oliver Wolf is concerned. He was rather hoping to turn this one into a victory. At the moment, that's looking likely for Stanislav Gohot and Max Hrushka up in front of Matthias Barvik, as Ellen Berdova makes her way back around, having taken the long lap nice and early. 5 laps, of course, in these junior heats. The long lap twice over. But for Oliver Wolf, it is a very irritating start to the day, as he has become one of the first riders to drop up in the far side of the course, losing a good 15 seconds so far to Ellen Berdova alone. And they went through the long lap together, so that is frustration big time for Oliver Wolf, and they're really struggling as the waves are actually quite choppy at the start of the day here at Macau. So Stanislav Gohot has built himself a run, and that's one of the Macau riders dropping right in front of Ellen Berdova. So I think that is going to be San Hoi Lok, who had a bit of a moment there trying to get well clear of Him Tang. So a very dramatic start to the race then for a couple of our Macanese riders. There is Stanislav Gohot, who is still leading the way. Now about 34 seconds clear of Ellen Berdova, who is the leading rider of those that have taken the long lap. And now Berdova's gone on to the long lap for the second time in succession to try and balance things out and work her magic further forward. Adela Pokorova and Sanoy Lok have gone on to the long lap for the second time as well. So too has the new junior boy champion, Matthias Barvik. So out in front it is Stanislav Kohut, running very nicely after 4 laps. He's still got 1 lap to go. And of course, on that lap, he's going to have to take the long lap. But he's built himself up enough of a cushion that he doesn't really have to stress here. Second place, with a lot of time to make up, is Oliver Wolf. But of course, he has also got to take a long lap for the second time, as does Max Hruška. But it looks as though these 3 junior boys are going to finish 1, 2 and 3 in the category, because of course they are all going to have to take the long lap for the second attempt. And so it's going to be very tight all the way, but Stanislav Kohut in front of Oliver Wolf and Max Hruška. That's the way it's likely to continue. Ellen Berdova has already taken both of her long laps. Where will Matthias Barvik filter in? That's going to be interesting off the turn as Stanislav Kohut works his way out of the long lap. He passes a fallen rider there. I think that might be the other Macanese rider, Him Tang. So already some problems for the 2 riders from Macau. But Stanislav Kohut has come out of the long lap and he has control. So it's beautifully worked as he finishes things off his own perfect style. He comes out of the final couple of corners of the slalom and there's a fall right in front of the finish line. So who's going to come out first? It looks like it's going to be Ellen Berdova. She's actually beaten the boys out. Excellent run from Ellen Berdova. And yet again, the 12-year-old has found her form right at the death here. And she's been able to jump past both of the leading boys. So Stanislav Kohut and Matthias Barvik are vanquished by the leading junior girl, the new world champion, Ellen Berdova, doing a sensational job to beat them both home. She is a serial talent for the future, Ellen Berdova. Really excited to see what's going to happen to her in the months and years to come. But Ellen Berdova takes the 18 points once again in the junior girl. And the junior boy, 18 points now goes the way of Stanislav Kohut. And that's going to put him onto a grand total of 50 points. So that's just 4 off the maximum for Stanislav Kohut. And that is exactly the same amount of points as Oliver Wolf. So fascinating times then for the junior boy. It's going to be a really competitive final between Stanislav Kohut and Oliver Wolf, with Matthias Barvik hot on their heels. It's almost impossible to consider anybody but Ellen Berdova as the winner of the junior girl final later on. But we've certainly started things off the way we mean to. Exciting and nail-biting to the last. So Ellen Berdova is victorious in junior girl. In junior boy, it's Stanislav Kohut, exactly as we were hoping for. So far, so good in this fantastic competition. But it's absolutely as Stanislav Kohut was hoping for. 1.4 seconds back from the hard-charging Ellen Berdova. Matthias Barvik almost managing to leapfrog past Kohut. But it really is a sensational charge forward as the junior girl and junior boy categories complete their qualifying heats, with one final still to go later on today. Ellen Berdova taking the win from Stanislav Kohut and Matthias Barvik. Oliver Wolf in 4th ahead of Maja Julevinska and Max Hruška. Then Adela Pokorova, Melanie Janubova, and then the 2 Macanese riders, Sanoy Lok and Him Tang Cho, with Ringo Remer failing to take the start. So the juniors wrap up for the qualifying heats, and there is still plenty more to decide and plenty more to go for as the day wears on. We've got the Masters coming up next. It really has been one-way traffic in the Masters category this season for the man with the plan right from the outset. Kim Dow, already the champion coming into this one. But after 3 heats, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how the rest of the Masters curry favour over the course of this remaining couple of heats. Kim Down has the perfect score, 18 points 3 times over. So he cannot score anymore. 54 points will be his maximum. But it's all down to Kum Yong Bum in his 4th qualifying heat after finishing 3rd in one of his heats. And with 2 victories yesterday, if he gets a 3rd win today, he will tie with Kim Down for the maximum score. It really is going to be sensational to see how this all shapes up. Michel Lula and Arkadiusz Janora are going to be strong as well, with Jano Vankersbilk and Jaime Hincache giving chase. And now we get ourselves ready for the Masters heat number 4 in Group A. And it's going to be Kim Down, the new champion. Pole position alongside Arcadia Zenora. Then the Belgian Jano van Kasbilk and Jaime Hincache from Yunchun and Unjichahong. Chae-hoon and Yunjin from Andrea Tanazov. And Lee Duk-dong for Korea at the back. So we're going to see some quite exceptional performances now coming from our contenders. But Kim Down certainly wants a really strong challenge from the outset. 3 wins out of 3. It doesn't really make too much difference what happens to him in this one because he cannot score more than the 54 points he already has. So he's just dialing himself in, ready for the final later. He wants to end this season on a high note, knowing that he cannot take the stock world title. That was clinched yesterday by the American star Anthony Squire. But of course, Kim Down certainly wants to end this season as the best superstar in the mix. And so it's going to be up to Kim Down to control the pace from the outset from Arcadia Zenora. Then it's going to be Jano van Kasbilk and Jaime Hincache. And then we'll have Yeonchun, Unjichahong, Chae-hoon, Yunjin, Andrea Tanazov, and Lee Duk-dong. So the competitors find their way out onto the water once again. And this is all going to come down to instinct and feel. All of the riders making their way back out on course. There's the number 4, Jaime Hincache, based out of the Jetsoft Orlando squad, racing under a Chinese license, of course. But it is the Masters champion for 2024 and 2025 on the pole position once again. Kim Down, 41 years of age, from Seoul in South Korea. He has just been absolutely unstoppable over the course of these 3 days. In fact, the entire season. So we can see the riders just getting themselves dialed in. Kim Down is practicing his turns in the first part of the lap before the long lap. There is the 8, that is Yunjin, the superstar from Korea. Team Korea really has put up some fantastic talents for this final round of the championship, and I can sense that there's going to be a lot more to do from them in 2026 as the ability and the talents rise forward. It's always been about Kim Down, and in previous occasions, Kim Min-song as well. It's rather unfortunate that Kim Min-song is not here. He was originally entered to be competing, but unfortunately illness has kept him from the competition. It's a real shame, and we wish him all the best and hope that he's going to be able to rejoin us in 2026 as ever. But it's certainly a very intense start to the contest once again here in Macau. Yesterday was a good one. 3 wins out of 3 for Kim Down, and there's certainly more to do, but it will be very tricky to know who's going to get the best of it as our contenders are ready for more. The final qualifying heat then for the Masters category, first of all in Group A, then again in Group B, as everyone will rise to a crescendo and battle for supremacy at the sharp end of the dais. A very exciting performance in the offing, as everyone is ready to see what will happen next. Kim Down, definitely the favourite for this one. He already has 3 wins in his pocket. He certainly doesn't need a 4th, but it will set him up nicely to go and conquer the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. We wait for the flag to drop. The jet ski marshal is ready on the shoreline, and all of our Masters Group A riders are ready to go to battle. Are we going to go racing? First time of asking. We're waiting for the command. Hopefully it's going to be a flag drop rather than a flag wave. It's a flag wave because Jano van Kasbilk has drifted out of the rotation. The riders were just too slow on the approach. So now they've got to reset and dial themselves back in again. So Kim Down, it's all down to him to set the pace and the tone, as everybody wants to finish things off in a fine style here on the shoreline of the South China Sea here in Macau. The chance to continue things in an amazing potential push. So let's see if we are going to continue in the manner in which we have become accustomed in the Masters category. Will it be Kim Down all the way, or will there be some opposition from his opponents charging to the first turn? Arcadia Zenora and Jano van Kasbilk, the Pole and the Belgian, wanting to put on a great showcase from the start. The rotation is very good. The engines rise in these fantastic 20-kilogram boards. The flag is in the air. When it drops, we'll go racing for the first time today in the Masters category. Is it going to be a clean start? We wait for the command. It's a brilliant start, but it's Arcadia Zenora who's going to work his way further forward, trying to get parallel to Kim Down, but Kim Down is there first. Second place. Good work from Arcadia Zenora so far as Jano Vankersbilk runs in third position. Good start as they go into the slalom for the first time. Vankersbilk tags in behind Kim Down. Arcadia Zenora drifts to the right side of the slalom. And so the competitors work their way out of the slalom. And no surprises at all. It's Kim Down taking it nice and easy off the start. Arcadia Zenora has been able to maintain his second place ahead of Jano Vankersbilk. So far, so good as the riders continue. Kim Down ahead of Arcadia Zenora, then Vankersbilk, then Yun, Hincauche, Unja, and then it is Che. Yunjin is ahead of Andrei Atanasov. The two of them limp across the finish line to start the next lap. And there's a problem. That's Unja Chohong. Unja Chohong has come off on the shoreline. Well, the waves have caught him out there, and it looks like it's a similar story for Andrei Atanasov. So Andrei Atanasov and Unja Chong have both had problems there on the second buoy. So a very big problem for those two riders as they now fall to the back end of the field. A couple of riders taking the long lap. That is Jaime Hincauche, who has gone on to the long lap for the first time. And it looks like he's already going to be joined by one of his compatriots there. I think that is Yunjin, who has gone on to the long lap. Yes, it is. So still a little bit of pressure cooking up from the riders as Kim Down is trying his best to work his way past Andrei Atanasov. Arcadia Zenora doesn't want to be slowed up by the Bulgarian, because that's going to be a chance for Jano Vankersbilk. Zenora onto the white water as, oh goodness me, Andrei Atanasov almost chops across the front end of the board of Jano Vankersbilk. But so far in the first three laps, the three leading riders have made no adaptations onto the long lap just yet. Kim Down leads the way, second for Arcadia Zenora, and third position for Jano Vankersbilk. So Kim Down having a great run so far. Looks like we've had another fall. This time it is Che Hyun. So Che Hyun having a bit of a difficult one. The Korean rider about to be passed by his countryman. So Kim Down, no problems at all getting through there, and Che Hyun is obviously now going to have to get out of the draft of Arcadia Zenora, who drifts past without incident. Mind you, he's got out of the way of one, but he needs to get out of the way of Arcadia Zenora as well. Zenora is struggling to overtake the slower rider of Che Hyun, and Arcadia Zenora has got to settle it on the long lap. Really nicely handled under pressure there from Arcadia Zenora. Could easily have fallen there, and he did not. So Jano Vankersbilk is the only one of the top three that remains out on the course. 6 laps in the Masters, of course. So Jano Vankersbilk takes the lead, having completed the first 4 laps without a long lap. And so he will have to take the long lap on these final 2 rotations. So Jano Vankersbilk leads, but he has still got 2 laps of the course to go. And he's not the only one to decide to do that. Yun Chun has done exactly the same thing. So Yun Chun now in front of Jano Vankersbilk, having taken over the position. But both Yun Chun and Jano Vankersbilk have got to take their long lap twice more. 2 long laps completed for Jaime Hincauche, Yun Jin and Unja Chohong. Just 1 for Kim Down and Arcadia Zenora, along with Che Hyun. So out in front, it is still very controlled indeed, as Yun Chun has gone into the long lap, and so too has Jano Vankersbilk. Looks like Kim Down is going to take his second long lap as well. So he will cannon in behind them. But Kim Down is almost approaching the back of Jano Vankersbilk's whitewater here. He's only about 3 buoys behind the Belgian, so that bodes well once Jano Vankersbilk goes into the final lap. Yun Chun is going well, and Andrei Atanasov is causing a little bit of a headache now for Jano Vankersbilk in the slalom. There is Kim Down making progress, and he's had to overtake a fallen rider there. Not entirely sure who that is that's gone into the drink. I think that might be Unja Chohong. No, it isn't. My apologies, because he's just gone past my position. So that could well be Che Hyun. So Choi Hoon, having only completed 3 of the laps, that tells us a lot about where his head's currently at. But Jano van Gisbergen is trying now to close up on Yun Chun. And that is for the lead of this race. Don't forget, Andrei Atanasov is now trying desperately not to get in the way of Kim Down, who ends up going very slowly behind the Bulgarian, trying not to trip over him. Now he manages to come around the far side of him, and Kim Down gets through. But Jano van Gisbergen is closing in on Yun Chun, as the two of them are having a very solid ride of it. So it's going to be tricky as we look at Kim Down go on to the slalom for the last time. He's already passed both Yun Chun and Jano van Gisbergen, who will take their battle to the death of the long lap. But it's Kim Down who now passes the position and comes through out of what has been a very competitive race for Kim Down. He has not rushed things. He's kept it nice and calm, and he will see the checkered flag. Kim Down makes it 4 wins out of 4. He is the undisputed king of the Masters as Arkadiusz Janora comes through for second place. Great run from the Tenzing MotoSurf rider. Third position across the line is going to be a very solid effort there from, I think, Jaime Hincache. We'll double check that as they come through. No, it is going to be, yes, it is Jaime Hincache. I was right the first time. I apologize. Yun Chun coming home in front of Jano van Gisbergen, as their battle went all the way down to the last lap. 4th and 5th for those two. Van Gisbergen having to settle for P5. A very tough start to the day for the Belgian from what was 3rd on the grid. But a fantastic ride from Kim Down. 3 seconds clear of the pole, Arkadiusz Janora. So he'll be absolutely delighted with the way that's worked out, and no doubt his daughter Rosalia, who raced with him in the Nations Cup at the World Games in Chengdu earlier this year, will be delighted too. But Kim Down, happy to end as the dominant force in the Masters category. 4 wins out of 4 across his heat groups. So he can be very happy indeed. No worries. Kim Down taking the victory then in front of Arkadiusz Janora. Then Jaime Hincache from Yun Chun. Jano van Gisbergen is 5th ahead of Choi Hoon. Then Yun Jin, Eunji Cheo Hong, and Andrei Atanasov. No start sadly for Lee Duk Dong, who I think is out of the competition. And that is based on the fact that, of course, we only get 12 riders going through to the final, and we've got 20 of them competing here today, so 8 of them are going to be eliminated. Only the leading 12 in the points rankings are going to be allowed to start the final. That's going to be the best race of the weekend, and of course it will be the race that decides the winner of the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau in the Masters category. So a fascinating challenge for all of our contenders. Now we're going to get ourselves into the mix again for Masters Heat 4 in Group B. Another tough challenge ahead of us here on the Hansar Beach, shoreline of the South China Sea on the island of Colwyn. Well, it's all down to one man at the top spot, and that is Kim Yong-bum, the Korean rider. He took 2 wins and a 3rd yesterday. So it's all down to him to try and turn his fortunes around. A victory would equal the score of his countryman, Kim Down. So obviously there's plenty of incentive for Kim Yong-bum to get as many points from this as he possibly can. 2 wins yesterday. A 3rd one would mean he would drop the 3rd place score and tie for Kim Down on points aggregate. That means he would start alongside him on the front row for the final. But of course he's got to do it first. Kim Yong-bum ahead of Michel Lula and Yuri Blahar. Then Stanislav Gnichkin and Murat Joganshila. The Hungarian Abraham Tibor, the Czech Pavel Motoshka, and then the final 3 races in, Chung Tsa-wei, Park Jin-young, and the Japanese rider Paul Tori. So now all eyes are going to be on Kim Yong-bum, the Korean rider, wanting to make it 3 wins out of 3 across the heats. The 4th result will be deleted because in MotoSurf you have 4 qualifying heats and your worst score is the one that's deleted from your tally. So it could well be 54 points on the board then for Kim Yong-bum. But what a great challenge it's going to be as the riders are preparing. Looks like we've got a problem down on the shoreline here as one of the riders is struggling to get going. Looks like a technical problem for one of the boards. Well, there's someone in the drink as well, so it's a pretty chaotic start here. but it looks to me as though Chung Tse-wei is actually struggling to start his board. He's on the shoreline. So Chung Tse-wei is now in dire straits, just trying to get started, as back onto the board comes Abraham Tibor, the Hungarian rider, and there is your pole sitter, Kim Yong-bum. So the Korean really wants this to turn into a race-winning ride, but he's going to have it difficult. There's no two ways about that. He's going to have pressure right from the outset. But the 43-year-old from Busan in South Korea, definitely exciting to prospect what is going to happen to him. But if he comes up with the victory, that's going to be the perfect score. 54 points from a possible 54, with his worst score being deleted, as is always the case in UIM MotoSurf competitions. And there's the man who could do quite a lot of damage to try and get under his skin. Michel Hulard of the Rocket Racing team, captained by Lukas Sahorsky, who of course is coaching him in the Masters category. Yedi Blahar for the Czech Republic ahead of Stanislav Gnichkin. Murat Yogachila, the Turkish rider, ahead of Abraham Tibor. Then Matoshka, Chung, Park and Poltori. There is Poltori, the Japanese rider, getting himself up to speed. So that is good news. I was a little concerned that maybe he wouldn't be able to get himself into the lineup, but he has been able to do so, so that is great news. And so everybody now perfectly prepared for what we are about to witness. It's going to be a very tough ride. The waves are looking pretty choppy again here at Macau. So the riders know coming into this one it's going to be difficult to assess the situation. But certainly for Kim Yong-bum, if he wins this race, he equals the tally in Masters of the great Kim Down, double Masters champion in the last 2 years. So it'll be fascinating to see what he can do. And so the contenders are ready to get themselves back into the line, led by Kim Yong-bum, the 43-year-old for Team Fuller Cell. So we'll see what the battle is going to give us then from this tantalizing group of riders, 10 of them. And for a handful of the riders in this particular Masters group, this is going to be their last race of the competition. Only the top 12 in Masters go through to the final. The flag is in the air, and for the last time, the Masters qualifying heats will get underway. Is it going to be a clean start from the outset? Yes, it is. We're under starters' orders, and it's a beautiful start from Kim Yong-bum. What a rocket ship of a launch from Yedi Blahar. Blahar is trying to come around the outside of the Korean, and the Czech rider blasts into second place, with Kim Yong-bum already feeling the heat from Yedi Blahar. We've got a couple of riders down in the drink at the opening buoy. So 2 riders have come off there. One of them is Poltori, and I'm trying to make out who the other one is. But we've certainly got 2 riders down in the white water off the start line. And so we've got a couple of headaches already. But out in first position, no worries at all for Kim Yong-bum, who is ahead of Yedi Blahar. Michel Hulard is still up there, but he's in third position now, ahead of Stanislav Gnichkin. Then Murat Yogachila, P5. And we're waiting to see who else comes through in close proximity, but the top 5 are all together. Slightly different order because Michel Hulard has dropped behind Yedi Blahar, but in essence the top 5 are as they were. The 2 riders down at the back who fell are Park Jin-young and Poltori, in fact. So I was incorrect. Poltori recovered, but Park Jin-young has not. So Park Jin-young now finding himself right at the tail end of the field. He's trying to get back up to speed again. And I think Park Jin-young is going to retire from this competition. So Kim Yong-bum, 4 seconds clear of Yedi Blahar at the first timing split. Now Yedi Blahar pushing to try and get back on terms with Kim Yong-bum. So the first long lap has been taken further down the order. That is the Hungarian Abraham Tibor, who has taken the long lap there. Park Jin-young was trying to recover, but it looks as though he's ended up out of this race. Another rider on the long lap for the first time of asking is the Macanese rider, Chung Tse-wei. So Chung Tse-wei is going to be out of sorts here because he will also take the long lap nice and early. Peeling off to go into the long lap. That looks like our race leader, Kim Yong-bum. No, my apologies, it's not Kim Yong-bum because he's actually carried on from his current position. So we're waiting to see how they all knit their way through. Kim Yong-bum building up a nice advantage up front. Yeri Blaha still in second place. 3 laps completed, and Kum is your leader. So Kum Yongbum doing a grand job here. Yeri Blaha, second place for the Czech Republic. And third position now, having taken a little bit of time to get onto his charge for the long lap. That is the hard charging number 7, I think it is, working the way through. Waiting to see who is going to come through in third position, actually, because quite a few riders took the long lap on that occasion. It is the 9 that crosses through. That is the resurgent Park Jin-young. So currently in third position, it is actually Michel Hulard. But everybody is trying to work their way further forward. Michel Hulard obviously taking a bit of time to get onto the third lap because he took the long lap on that occasion. Meanwhile, both Kum Yongbum and Yeri Blaha taking the long lap. They've got to do it another time, but it certainly redresses the balance on the 4th lap. So Korea's Kum Yongbum having a very solid ride of it out in front. I'm trying to keep an eye on the riders as they go down through these slaloms and through these tight apexes. But a stunning effort so far, as now Kum Yongbum has found himself with a nice bit of daylight between himself and Yeri Blaha. And he is just stretching away. The gap opened up there to 14 seconds on the previous lap. And Kum Yongbum is riding with immaculate precision. We're waiting for Yeri Blaha to come through. It's going to be well over 14 seconds now for the Czech rider to be running in second place. He goes through the timing line, and the gap is 13.8 seconds. He's still got an opportunity because in third position behind him, that is the hard-charging Michel Hulard. So the fight for second in this race is still going strong. Meanwhile, Kum Yongbum decides it's time to go onto the long lap for the second time on lap 5 out of 6. And this is all perfect for Kum Yongbum. He needed a decent ride to come through for a 3rd heat victory. 2 heat victories yesterday. And so the race he didn't win is going to be the one that gets deleted from his tally. We've got another fall down in the slalom. Trying to make out who that is. I think that might be Paul Torrey. I'll try and make out who it is, but the Japanese rider struggling to stay upright on the board. Actually, I think that might be Stanislav Ganichkin, who's dropped out of the order there, because we've got Abraham Tibor and Pavel Matoska having a nice little duel for position. So it's still looking pretty nervy out there. Murat Jorgen Schiele is trying to put his opponent under pressure as they work their way through on the far side. But certainly no change at all in the order for Kum Yongbum. I can tell you that the rider that went down in the drink a little while ago was the 8. That is Chung Tsa Wei. So I was incorrect before. I apologize. Chung Tsa Wei, the Macca's rider. But Kum Yongbum is on the final lap, and having completed both his long laps, it is pretty much a dead certainty now that he's going to come through and take his 3rd victory. He's got Chung Tsa Wei just in front of him falling. He manages to get out of his way just in the nick of time. But there is a great ride for second place behind him as well. About 6 points back, we've got Blaha versus Michel Hulard, and they've both managed to take their double long laps as well. But for Kum Yongbum, it is going to be a victorious ride in his 4th heat. 3 victories are exactly what the doctor ordered. He'll come out of the final turn. The checkered flag is in the air, and Kum Yongbum makes it 3 wins out of 4. And that's the maximum 54 points tally. Meanwhile, in the slalom, we've got a drag race in the slalom between Yeri Blaha and Michel Hulard, and says who is going to come home in second place. Will it be Blaha or will it be Hulard? It's going to be Yeri Blaha. He's done a fantastic job and he's held on to it. So Yeri Blaha in P2. Michel Hulard frustrated, I'm sure, but second place is not going to be his on this occasion. Yeri Blaha 20 seconds back from Kum Yongbum. In second position, 3rd is Michel Hulard. And in 4th position, after a fabulous battle further back, a very tasty duel indeed, completing there. Stanislav Ganichkin crosses the line in 4th position. I wonder if it's going to be Jorgen Schiele or Abraham Tibor who comes through at the end. Abraham Tibor crosses the line in P6, but in P5, sorry, but he's only taken one of his long laps, so that will cost him a penalty. No such worries for Kum Yongbum, though. The Korean adds to the 2 wins he got yesterday, and so it's 3 wins out of 4, although 3 wins out of 3 to count, and that puts him on the maximum score of 54, exactly the same as Kim Down. So now they will meet each other in the final And it will come down to who has the steely nerve in the last race of the day in the Masters to go out and quest for the Macao Grand Prix of Macau. So Kum Yongbum taking the victory in fine style here in front of Yeri Blahar. Michel Ular in third position ahead of Stanislav Konieczkin. Abraham Tibor comes home fifth, but he's only taken one long lap, so he will get a penalty. Murat Yogachila ahead of Pavel Matoska and Paul Tori. For Park Jin-young and Chung Tsa-wei, it is game over. So the Masters have definitely put on a nice show to start the ball rolling for all of the fans of the Masters competitors. But now it's time for the kings of our sport. In 7 minutes' time, we will get a great race start from the elites. The tension has been building all the way through this competition. I was having a quiet word this morning with Maciej Nowotny. Yesterday I caught up with Lukasz Zahorski, Matej Kozicek and Alex Newscheider, but I hadn't had a chance to speak to Maciej Nowotny until this morning. He told me, well, it's not done yet. I haven't quite finished my job just yet, but if I win this heat, then it's all done and dusted. So he's not trying to panic. He's just keeping it nice and tidy at this part of the day. And obviously with the 3 heats so far, it is going to be a fascinating way for this championship to conclude. And Maciej Nowotny has the 54-point score. Zahorski has 2 second places. Alex Newscheider has a second, a third, and a fourth. So Maciej Nowotny just needs to finish the job here. Coming out of this one, he knows he's going to have no extra points to score with 3 wins from 3. But it also depends on what the other riders are able to do to elevate their score. But as far as Maciej Nowotny is concerned, he's just got to get the job done. If he takes the win, he stops the other 2 riders from scoring an 18-point score. And that means that he will be the champion again. After winning the title in 2024, Maciej Nowotny wants to put it out of reach for Lukasz Zahorski and Alex Newscheider before we even get to the final. An amazing performance from the Czech rider for Rocket Racing. Teammate, of course, to Lukasz Zahorski, who returned to the sport full-time this year after only returning from Macau last year. Back in action in 2025 for a full season campaign. Looking likely to bounce back in style. He came into this weekend 1 point behind Alex Newscheider in the championship fight. He's currently 3 points ahead of him on the qualifying heats. And of course, however many points you score in a race weekend, well, that's added to your championship standings at the end of the weekend. So Lukasz Zahorski is looking likely to finish in second in the championship, but only if he finishes the job his way. This elite race is definitely going to be a fantastic showcase of the best riders on the best boards in the best possible way. All of the riders in the elite category are from the Czech Republic. That is where the sport was born. And only the elite contenders really sit up and push these boards to their absolute extreme. There's not been a single retirement so far from the elite category, although there have been a couple of falls. Most notably for Lukasz Zahorski. After 2 second places and a fourth, he now comes into this one starting third. Maciej Nowotny is on the top from Alex Newscheider in second. Lukasz Zahorski is third from Matej Kozicek. And then Adam Kolar, the 15-year-old new boy, along with Miroslav Kub and Jiri Wolf to finish off the roster. The 4th qualifying heat for the elites. There can be no improvement to the score for Maciej Nowotny. But if he takes the victory, that basically puts it out of reach for Zahorski and Alex Newscheider, because they can only take a 14 or an 11 score. And that really does put the championship to bed. There was only 9 points between the 3 of them. But with 18 points available in the final, Maciej Nowotny wants to make sure that he seals the championship before we even get there. He certainly doesn't want a last-minute scare to bring it back into prominence. Because, of course, if Maciej Nowotny were not to win this race, and Lukasz Zahorski, say, for example, was to get the win, that would elevate his score from 37 to 46, and that would be only 8 points lost to Maciej Nowotny. And that would keep the championship alive for 1 race longer. But you never know. Alex Newscheider needs to win this one too. If he does it, then that's going to elevate his score up to 41, and that's going to be 13 less than Matthias Novotny's tally, and that's going to put the championship out of reach. So Alex Lukscheider, sadly, can no longer be the world champion, but Lukas Zahorski has one final lifeline. He has to win this heat to take the world championship to the final. Zahorski knows that, but so too does Matthias Novotny. If Novotny wins, he takes the win away from his opponents and makes it impossible for them to catch him. For Matthias Novotny, he can seal the championship with a win in this fourth qualifying heat. Whatever happens, he cannot improve his score. 54 is going to be the maximum for Matthias Novotny, but by winning the last heat, he takes 18 points off the table for both Lukscheider and Zahorski. So it's down to Matthias Novotny to win this championship now rather than this afternoon. But of course, a DNF at this point won't change anything for the score for Novotny, but if Zahorski were to win and bag 18 points, he would suddenly move up to 46, just 8 less than Novotny. And with him being 9 points back, that would put him 17 adrift, with 18 available in the final. Mathematically, almost impossible. But I do stress almost. If it got to that point and we went into the final, Novotny would have to retire, with Zahorski winning the final to snatch the championship by 1 point. But Novotny can stop that from happening if he wins this qualifying heat. So are we about to see the Elite World Champion crowned now or this afternoon? The only man who can do it now is Matthias Novotny. Zahorski could do it this afternoon if the planets align ever so nicely. He's got to take 2 wins in order to make it happen, and then everything else is out of his control. But the Magnificent Seven will go to the grid. Matthias Novotny, Alex Lukscheider, Lukas Zahorski, Matej Kozicek, Adam Kolar, Miroslav Kurb and Jiri Wolf. The final elite battles of the season. The fourth and final qualifying heat. If Lukas Zahorski wins this, the championship goes on. If Matthias Novotny wins this, it's game over. That's what's at stake in this fourth qualifying heat. So now it's all down to the reigning world champion to take on and vanquish the 6-time world champion Lukas Zahorski and the gold medalist from Chengdu. Zahorski has got to go fighting out of the blocks from 3rd place. He's got to overhaul Lukscheider and then Novotny if he wants to keep this title alive. He knows it's a bit of an ambivalent situation because the man he's got to battle with is his protege. But the sorcerer versus the apprentice for the championship of the world. What a battle once again. Sadly for the Apex pilot Alex Lukscheider, the championship is just out of reach, but 2nd place is still alive and kicking. He can still eclipse Lukas Zahorski, but he's got to be immaculate in these 2 races. Let's see what happens. It'll be a very tough race battle. But if Matthias Novotny wins this race, he becomes the world champion. If Lukas Zahorski wins, we go back into the action one more time. A critical race to win then for Lukas Zahorski. Matthias Novotny is fairly laid back in this one. He's got pole position, but he doesn't really have to break too much of a sweat. But if Matthias Novotny wins this, that's points that cannot be scored by Zahorski or Lukscheider, and that will make him the world champion of 2025. So he's just dialing himself in through the slalom, just getting up to speed. And so the 7 elite riders will form up and go to battle one last time before the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau later. So even if the World Championship is decided in this fourth qualifying heat, there is still the business of the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau this afternoon. The winner of the final wins the Grand Prix, but the World Championship could well be sealed in this qualifying heat. So a little bit of a conversation then between Matthias Novotny and his sorcerer, Lukas Zahorski, his mentor. Do your race, mate. I'll do the best I can to beat you, but go and run your race. That's what I love about this sport. Yes, there's rivalry. Yes, there's battles. Yes, there's duels. But above all else, there's respect. So Alex Lukscheider splitting the two Rocket Racing riders. Matthias Novotny, the reigning world champion, 17 years of age, looking to go back-to-back for the championship. If he stays in the lead, he'll get it done before the final. And so we've got the 7 riders in a line. The flag goes upright. Are we going to go racing for the first time of asking? It looks as though we're getting the command from Lukas Zahorski. Yes, we've had a faller. I think that's Adam Kolar, who's drifted into the waves. No, it isn't. My apologies. It's the 6 of Miroslav Kup. So they're going to false start it and wave it on again, just to continue the tension. So Matthias Novotny knows how much there is to do, and it looks as though we've got a non-start. Hang on a minute. Is that Lukas Zahorski? I think that's Lukas Zahorski on the shoreline. No, my apologies. It is Miroslav Kup. So Miroslav Kup works his way back to the shore, hoping that he can get the board started. He's got seconds to get this working. They might throw a false start again to help him. Such is the manner of the elite category riders. It's a 3 Musketeers attitude here in this competition. Nobody likes to see someone out of luck on the shoreline. So if they can throw a false start and buy him a little bit of time, they will. And that's exactly what Matthias Novotny has done in pole position. Right, get back on the board. Let's see if he can fire it up. Miroslav Kup, the 47 for the Jet Surf HK rider. Can he get back into the South China Sea and fire at the board? That's what we want to hear. So Miroslav Kup should be able to rejoin the ranks. So it'll be Matthias Novotny in first in the lineup. Then Alex Lukscheider, then Lukas Zahorski, Matej Kozicek, Adam Kolar, Miroslav Kup, hopefully, and Jiri Wolf. So all of the riders know what's at stake. Zahorski has to win to keep his championship hopes alive. Novotny has to win to put them to bed. And for Alex Lukscheider, well, he's got nothing to lose now. The championship is already out of reach. So he wants to go and win the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. So setting himself up for the final has got to be Alex Lukscheider's final mission in this 2025 campaign. The Grand Prix is up for grabs. The championship may be about to be sealed. All 7 riders in the line. The flag is in the air. When it drops, we go racing for the 4th qualifying heat in Elite. Here we go. It's a great start for Lukscheider, not a great launch for Zahorski. He's in danger of being caught up by Kozicek round the far side. Lukscheider is right in with Novotny as Kozicek tries to come round the outside of Zahorski into the slalom for the first time. Lukscheider and Novotny go opposing ways. And if Lukscheider can really push on this slalom, he's got a chance to overhaul Matthias Novotny and keep his hopes alive. But it's a little bit too wide in berth. Lukscheider is going to try and keep himself in front of Zahorski. He's done that, and Matthias Novotny leads the way in the final of the heats. It's a fantastic start for Adam Kolar. Kolar has got himself into 3rd position ahead of Lukas Zahorski. So for Zahorski, it really is going all to pot. Oh no, that's Kozicek. Kozicek has got a problem. Kozicek is on the shoreline with a problem with his board. And I think this could be a retirement, potentially, for Matej Kozicek. He's going to try and restart it and rejoin. But what a shame for Matej Kozicek, who came in with a mathematical chance to be champion. But I think it's game over for Matej Kozicek. Meanwhile, Matthias Novotny goes into the next lap. Long laps for Lukscheider and Zahorski, who are trying to give chase. But watch for the 15-year-old Adam Kolar, who has now got himself in a 2nd position, and he's only 7 seconds back from Matthias Novotny. Adam Kolar, who's been a bit of a star in the stock category, now he's here ready to step up to the elites. And Adam Kolar is a real diamond in the rough. He's got a fantastic future in the UIM MotoSurf elites. He goes to the long lap, while Matthias Novotny stays on course. So Lukscheider still battling with Zahorski. They are certainly going to go for broke in the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau, the final of the elites later on. But it's looking like it's pretty much done and dusted already for Matthias Novotny, who goes into lap number 4 out of 8. 2 long laps to be completed. He hasn't taken either of them yet. Lukscheider goes into the long lap. Zahorski and Kolar remain off it. And for the first time, it's the long lap for the leader and the reigning world champion, Matthias Novotny. And that's a fall down into the drink. Is that Zahorski? It is! Lucas Zahorski has gone off the rota and into the slalom waves. That is absolutely catastrophic for Lucas Zahorski. And that is the final nail in the World Championship coffin for Lucas Zahorski. The 6-time world champion and the gold medalist from Chengdu is not going to be world champion this season. He had to win to have any chance of getting it done, and falling into the waves has finished his chances for good. So now the world champion is about to be crowned. Matthias Novotny has already come through for one long lap. He's got another to go. 4 laps completed, 4 to go. One of them's got to be a long lap. But this is a really good run and a fantastic burst of energy from Matthias Novotny. So Novotny through to 8. And he's continuing on the course. He doesn't have to rush this. He's got all the time in the world as Lucas Zahorski is trying to get himself back up the order once more. And there's another fall into the water. That's on the long lap. So who's gone? Who's gone from the long lap there? We already know that Matej Kozicek has retired from this race. So he's not going to go any further, sadly. And it looks as though we've had a moment for Adam Kolar, I think. Yes, that is, oh no, sorry, that is Miroslav Kurp. More problems for Miroslav Kurp on the 6. So difficulties there for the elite riders. Certainly a lot more attrition than there was yesterday. But on to the long lap. Will go the number 1 for the last time. Matthias Novotny is currently on lap number 6. Into the slalom, goes right for the penultimate time before he takes his final long lap. 2 laps remaining then for Matthias Novotny. He is 2 laps away from sealing the 2025 World Championship title as the riders continue to try and find the limits of what these boards can do. Only 6 of them still in it because we have had a retirement from Matej Kozicek. But this is going to be a fantastic conclusion to an amazing season for Matthias Novotny as Luke Scheider is battling big style here with young Adam Kolar. Adam Kolar seems to have gone on to the long lap a 3rd time. So I think that's unfortunate for Adam Kolar. But that's 3 long laps taken there, so that's clearly an issue that he's had as Matthias Novotny now goes on to the long lap for the 2nd and final time. So Luke Scheider is going to pick up 2nd place off Lucas Zahorski once everything has settled itself out. Luke Scheider has done both of his long laps. Zahorski leads the way, but he's got another long lap to go. And into the drink for what could well be a race-ending fall is the 7. That is Jiri Wolf. But Lucas Zahorski powers past. And so for Lucas Zahorski, he's on his final lap, hoping for a miracle out in front of his young apprentice, Matthias Novotny. But Zahorski knows he's got to go on to the long lap for the last time. He does so now. And so Matthias Novotny will go through the boys up for the last time, up towards the slalom. And after an amazing campaign last year, he became world champion at 16. Now he's going to cement himself as the future generation of superiority in UIM MotoSurf Elites. Out through the slalom for the last time. He is now uncatchable in the championship ranks. The Grand Prix is still to be decided, but the world champion is crowned. Matthias Novotny is the elite world champion of 2025. Matthias Novotny, absolutely flamboyant end to his incredible season. Lucas Zahorski will come through to finish up in 3rd behind Luke Scheider. Luke Scheider comes through for 2nd place. 3rd position for the valiant Lucas Zahorski. But the new world champion is Matthias Novotny. A fantastic conclusion to an absolutely sensational season. There is still the matter of the Macau Grand Prix of Macau to compete for in the final later. But certainly the champion is confirmed for the 2nd year in a row. It is the superstar from Rocket Racing, the 17-year-old ace, Matthias Novotny, is world champion again. Winning this race puts an 18-point score out of reach of his opponents, and with Zahorski coming home in third, he knows it's game over. I think in his mind he already knew it was over, but it's going to be Matthias Novotny who walks to the shoreline. Now he is confirmed as a double world champion. Matthias Novotny, the king of Macau thus far. There's still the Grand Prix to win later on in the final. But for Matthias Novotny, the 17-year-old is now a two-time world champion in the elite category. Matthias Novotny is greeted here by Matthias Barvik, the new junior boy world champion. But Matthias Novotny makes it 2 world championships back-to-back. Luke Scheider second, Zahorski is third, and that is the way they will start in the final. Adam Collard is fourth from Miroslav Kup and Yuri Wolf, with Matej Kozishek sadly retiring after the first lap. But what a magnificent end to the season. Keeping it all locked in. I don't think he'll celebrate until after the final. But Matthias Novotny now knows he cannot be caught as the world champion of 2025. Well, from a foregone conclusion to an absolute nail-biting finale, the Women's World Championship and the duel between the two Duchesses of the Deep. Eliska Matuskova versus Aneta Stokolova. Coming into this race, there could be as much as 5 points separating the two ladies, or it could go all the way down to just 1 point. We're going to find out very soon indeed as Lee Eunjin gets herself ready for her penultimate race of the 2025 season. The Korean looking for another top 3 finish. She told me jokingly yesterday, I start well at the beginning of the day and I get worse. It's old age. And I said, that's not an excuse you can hide behind. She told me, well, if I finish in the top 3, yes, I can. So we'll see what happens for Lee Eunjin. At least the good humour has never faded. So now, Heat 4, Group A. Matuskova and Stukalova will go to battle for the second time this week. Emma Strichalova is third. From Linda Luke-Scheider, Lee Eunjin, Sara Volfova and Polina Karpova. To hold on to this championship advantage, Aneta Stukalova has got to take a victory. It really is tough stuff at the moment in the Women's Championship. At the moment, out of the qualifying heats, we know for a fact that Eliska Matuskova cannot improve her score. But again, in a similar way to Matthias Novotny, by winning the final heat, she can stop Aneta Stukalova from taking a win, and that will certainly improve her score going into the last race of the season. If she can stop Aneta Stukalova from taking a victory, then essentially Aneta Stukalova is only going to have a score of 46 compared to Eliska Matuskova with a score of 54. Let's find out how it works out. So Matuskova versus Stukalova. Nothing in it as they race for the first boy. And Matuskova draws first blood. So now if it stays like this, there's only going to be 1 point between the two ladies in the championship fight going into the last race of the season. Matuskova versus Stukalova in the slalom together. One goes right, the other goes left. And out of the slalom, it is Eliska Matuskova with Aneta Stukalova doing everything she can to catch up to her championship rival. So if Matuskova wins this race, she takes the 9-point deficit coming in down to just 1 point. And so whoever wins the final will be world champion. An absolutely tantalising end to the Women's World Championship. But Aneta Stukalova is doing everything she can to take the fortunes back to her favour. And she goes to the long lap. Matuskova keeps going. Whoa, we've had a fall there. I think that's I'm trying to figure out who that is that's gone into the drink on that part of the lap, because we've had one rider collapse there at turn 5. So certainly a bit of a dramatic moment as there is the number 2, Aneta Stukalova, trying to fight her way forward and get herself back into a competitive streak. I think it's Polina Karpova who went down on that particular lap. She's going to go into the long lap to try and improve her chances. But it's Eliska Matuskova ahead of Linda Lukscheider at the moment. Oh, Lukscheider's gone in. Lukscheider's gone in at boy 3. That's so devastating for Linda Lukscheider, the 19-year-old. So Linda Lukscheider drops it in the third boy. She's trying to get the board started again. She's lost a bit of ground. So that's any chance of a top 3 finish gone for the moment then for Linda Lukscheider as she gets back on the board. So Aneta Stukalova, having already taken the long lap, will find herself slotting back into third position for the time being. But Eliska Matuskova has now gone on to the long lap herself, and she rejoins directly in front of Aneta Stukalova. Lukscheider goes on to the long lap and removes herself from the fray. So Matuskova versus Stukalova into the slalom again. Nothing to choose between the two on raw pace. Matuskova is about 1 boy in front of her rival for the championship. But what a comeback. Eliska Matuskova wasn't sure she'd be able to overhaul Aneta Stukalova. 9 points adrift in the championship as she was. But the way this race is playing out, she's only going to be 1 point behind going into the final race of the season. Matuskova versus Stukalova. Third place for Struchalova at the moment. Then it is Lee Eun-jin, who is riding beautifully in 4th position at the moment. The Korean doing a fine job as she runs in front of Linda Lukscheider. And then we have Polina Karpova and Sara Wolfova. So still a very strong charge in this race. As up on the far side of the course, we've got a couple of riders in the long lap, but not Matuskova and Struchalova. And Stukalova has also remained on course for the moment. Matuskova just keeping it nicely in her stride as she crosses the line. 4 laps completed for Eliska Matuskova in front of Aneta Stukalova. So who will go on the long lap first? Both of these fantastic competitors charging forward. Double world champion Aneta Stukalova hoping to make it a 3rd time of asking. It's been quite a while since her last world championship title. And Eliska Matuskova is, of course, the reigning world champion and the gold medalist at the Chengdu World Games earlier this year as Emma Struchalova falls from the board and recovers. So now Lee Eun-jin has a good opportunity to work her way into the top 3. But there is Eliska Matuskova on the long lap. So Aneta Stukalova, takes over the lead of the race here for the time being. But she, of course, is going to have to make her way onto the long lap on the antepenultimate lap or the final lap. So Aneta Stukalova completes 5 laps. Matuskova completes 5 laps too in the slalom this time by. But she has already done 2 of her long laps. But Matuskova wants to stay upright here. She wants to take a victory away from Aneta Stukalova, which will put her just 1 point behind her rival in the championship. Stukalova cannot afford a mistake. 2nd place looks like the most she can come back with, but if she drops to 3rd, she will lose the lead in the Women's World Championship race. So she's got to stay upright. She's on the long lap. This is Aneta Stukalova's fate now. Eliska Matuskova is going to get back past her. That is almost for sure now. But if Aneta Stukalova can put Eliska Matuskova under enough pressure on the last lap, the mistake could come from the 17-year-old, the youngest ever world champion and the first ever World Games gold medalist in MotoSurf. So Aneta Stukalova comes out of the long lap behind Eliska Matuskova. But with just over a lap to go, the fate of the World Championship rests in the hands of Eliska Matuskova. She leads the way out of the slalom as a bit of a fall there on the far side, I'm afraid to say. We've had 3 falls in one go. Lukscheider's gone down. Lee Eun-jin's gone down. And so too has the 7 of Polina Karpova. But as long as Eliska Matuskova and Aneta Stukalova can keep going, then it's going to be even Stevens between them at the moment. So Eliska Matuskova has only got the slalom and the final turn to navigate now. And she will take one step closer to back-to-back World Championship titles. She's only 1 point behind Aneta Stukalova in the championship race if it stays like this. And what a comeback it's been for Eliska Matuskova. She comes out of the slalom for the last time and she puts this qualifying heat to bed. Checkered flag. Eliska Matuskova is back in the World Championship fight. She was 9 points adrift coming in. Now, as Aneta Stukalova comes through in second, she's only 1 point behind in the championship fight. Absolutely phenomenal from Eliska Matuskova. Aneta Stukalova's given it everything she's got, but she's now just 1 point ahead of Eliska Matuskova in the World Championship race. Whoever wins the final becomes the world champion. What a ride from Eliska Matuskova. Gold medalist in Chengdu and world champion of 2024. If she can repeat that race in the final, she comes from 9 points back coming into the weekend to suddenly staring the world championship title square in the face again. What a comeback from Eliska Matuskova. Absolutely extraordinary. Aneta Stukalova has done the best she can. She knows that she's just got to go gung-ho in the final. Her last chance to become World Championship winner of 2025 will come in the Macao Grand Prix of Macau, the final later this afternoon. A great fight between these two. There's a lot of great respect between Eliska Matuskova and Aneta Stukalova, but we could see the 17-year-old become a double world champion. She's already the youngest ever world champion. She won the title last year at 16. She could become the youngest ever double world champion. And, of course, she is the first ever gold medalist in the World Games. What a phenomenal opportunity awaits Eliska Matuskova this afternoon. She takes the victory away from Aneta Stukalova. Emma Strichalova in third ahead of the Korean Lee Eun-jin. Linda Luke Schneider is P5 ahead of Sara Valfova. And at the back, it is Polina Karpova. So that is women heat 4 for Group A. Now we'll get the Group B riders out there. And this is where the Grand Prix victory could be taken by someone else entirely as the battle for the championship continues between Matuskova and Aneta Stukalova. There is a very different rider in the charge for the victory in the Grand Prix itself. And that is the 15-year-old from Slovakia, from Motoshop Zabor, Sara Zuborova. Last year, a junior rider. This year, her first full season campaign as a Women's World Championship rider. And she is the thorn in the side for both Matuskova and Stukalova. They're battling for the World Championship. But Sara Zuborova, 15 years of age from Slovakia, could snatch the Macao Grand Prix of Macau away from both of them. So into Group B we go, and Sara Zuborova certainly looking very hungry for success here. And it could be a very interesting tale of triumph over adversity for Sara Zuborova. So the way things are currently playing out, we've got the Group B race for the women's category about to head out onto the water in 4 minutes' time. Then we'll have the stock category races and the stock rookie category races for Group A, Group B and Group C, and then we'll whittle the field down to just the remaining riders in stock rookie and the top 12 riders in stock. And then we'll take our flag parade as all of the nations representing their home territories will dance their way around the ocean here in fantastic fashion on the South China Sea here in Macau. But an absolutely sensational battle in the offing as Sara Zuborova prepares to go from pole position for the last time before the Macao Grand Prix of Macau, the final. And what a chance awaits the 15-year-old from Slovakia. Could she steal the last victory of the season away from the World Championship protagonists? To the water we go as the women's Group B Heat 4 will give us another twist in the tale. The World Championship is all about Matuskova and Stukalova, but Sara Zuborova, the 15-year-old novice rider in the Women's World Championship 2025, could become a Grand Prix winner here in Macau. So a fabulous ride awaits us as all of the competitors gear themselves up for glory. One final race before we get to the women's final later today. Mariskova and Stukalova have booked their places. Zuborova is about to finish off hers. For the other riders, this race really matters to put themselves into the best possible starting position to qualify for the final. Only the top 12 riders get there. So the bottom 2 riders in the rankings are going to be plumb out of luck. So here is the rankings going into Heat 4, Group B for the women's category. Sara Zuborova on pole position from Caixin. Then Gao Jiayin and Barbara Kononova. The Japanese rider Miki Tori ahead of Elizaveta Faitova. And then Park In-hee of Korea. There is sadly no race for Kim Min-kyung, who pulled out at the very last part of the warm-up phase of this event. But now we're going to get to see how this fantastic competition continues for the women's category. Heat 4, Group B, about to get underway. And for Sara Zuborova, the 15-year-old from Slovakia, this is her best chance to set herself up for a pole position ride. Zuborova has 2 heat victories already. A third will put her level on points with Eliska Mariskova and put her first or second going into the final. Ready? The flag will drop. Let's do it! A great start for Sara Zuborova, who already launches forward to charge for the lead. No problems at all, reaching it as they work their way through in the first point. It's going to be close for second place. Very tight as the riders work their way in close proximity. A very good start for Caixin, tucking up in there behind the hard-charging contenders for the top spot. Caixin really had to work hard there as Barbara Kononova and Gao Jiayin are trying to put themselves into a top 3 contention. But there's no dramas at all for Sara Zuborova. She dominates the first lap and she leads the way for Slovakia. All going according to plan then for the 15-year-old who leads Kononova. What a start from Barbara Kononova. Up from 4th position on the grid into 2nd place. A difficult start then for Caixin. And for Caixin, she's now going to battle her countrywoman, Gao Jiayin. The two of them have been training together all the way through this week, and now they're racing each other. Into the long lap goes Barbara Kononova, and also goes Caixin, ahead of Elizaveta Faitova. Miki Tori also chooses this moment to go into the long lap. And I wouldn't be too surprised at all if Park In-hee decides the same thing. But a fabulous start to proceedings for Sara Zuborova. It's still phenomenal to consider that Sara Zuborova's doing as well as she's done. Oh, into the water in the slalom has gone Gao Jiayin. Gao Jiayin has dropped it in the slalom. And that was the rider in 2nd place. Now that is taken on by Elizaveta Faitova. So Faitova has moved up into 2nd place at the expense of Gao Jiayin, and I've got a feeling that Gao Jiayin is going no further. Desperately trying to recover on the exit of the slalom, and the riders are trying desperately to avoid her on the exit of the slalom. Oh, and into the water goes Caixin. Both of the Chinese riders have gone in now. So Caixin making the mistake on the far side of the slalom. She manages to recover, but that's both of the Chinese riders struggling and then collapsing. Meanwhile, there is your leader, Sara Zuborova, going on to the long lap for the first time. That hands the lead for the moment to Elizaveta Faitova. But Faitova has also got to take the long lap, don't forget. So, for the moment at least, Elizaveta Faitova takes over the lead. Then it is Sara Zuborova. Then it is the hard-charging Barbara Kononova. Because Park In-hee, who was briefly in 3rd position, has already been overtaken. And now we've got Gao Jiayin and Caixin. The 2 Chinese riders have faltered. So now it's a race of recovery as Barbara Kononova goes into her 2nd long lap. That'll drop her to the tail of the field for the moment. But Elizaveta Faitova has yet to take a long lap. And certainly for Barbara Kononova, she overtakes Sara Zuborova as she comes out of the 2nd long lap. But let's not forget that Sara Zuborova's already taken 1 long lap. but she's got to take another one. As out onto the next part of the course comes Elizabeta Faitova. 4 laps completed. None of them have been long laps yet. 7 laps in total for the women's category. As Elizabeta Faitova continues to lead here. Second place is Sara Zubarova, with Barbara Kodorova completing the 3rd lap directly in front of Sara Zubarova. But she'll get that back when Sara Zubarova goes for the long lap. And of course, Elizabeta Faitova's got to do it twice. Faitova goes into her first long lap. Oh, and Zubarova's down! Zubarova's down in the buoy. She recovers quickly. She'll have time on her side. So it's not game over yet for Sara Zubarova. It's not even game over for the win, because she's got a decent advantage that she's built up here. But that just shows you, nobody is immune to mistakes. But the 15-year-old from Slovakia is going to come back in fine style. She goes straight onto the long lap, knowing that's the best way to reset herself, as Barbara Kodorova is trying to gain some ground back. So can Kodorova snatch the lead away here from Sara Zubarova? The answer is no. She's not made up enough time. And so Sara Zubarova returns to the main course. Despite falling on her run, she will take back the lead. There is Chai Jin, who now finds herself in 2nd position. But she fell as well, don't forget. So it's stalemate between them as Chai Jin recovers after the long lap, and she'll be behind Barbara Kodorova. So Elizabeta Faitova leads, but she's got 2 laps to go and still 1 long lap to take. Zubarova comes through with 2 laps to go, but both of her long laps are completed. So Zubarova is the ipso facto leader of this. Despite falling, Zubarova has still got a big enough advantage that she should be able to seal this one. So Sara Zubarova with a magnificent chance to go for the victory in the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau in the final later. Certainly her championship chances are pretty much over. She just doesn't quite have enough points from this event against Maruskova and Stukalova to take the title from them. But now we know going into the final that there's only 1 point in the championship fight between Stukalova and Maruskova, and that's going to be one heck of a final later. But will it be a victory for the lady who currently leads in this last heat before the final? Sara Zubarova currently tucked up behind Gao Jiayin, and that's another fall for Chai Jin. That's the 2nd time Chai Jin's gone into the water. So that is not good news for the Chinese rider. And she's struggling to get going again this time. So that's definitely going to benefit Colorado. And even Zubarova's gone down a 2nd time. Zubarova falls in twice. But such is the attrition nature of the waves here. That's not going to deny her the victory. The waves are getting choppier, but Zubarova has been spectacular in this one, even despite the 2 falls. And so the checkered flag will still come her way. She won't like the way she's done it. She wanted to do it without falling, but despite 2 falls into the water, it's going to be Sara Zubarova who takes the checkered flag and triumphs in the 4th heat for Group B. She's a very strong rider, is Sara Zubarova, and the 15-year-old has come through one of the toughest heats of the week in the Women's World Championship. Despite 2 falls into the water, she still comes through as the victor. Barbara Kodorova in 2nd position, and it'll be 3rd place for Elizabeta Faitova, I do believe. A fantastic run from Sara Zubarova despite the falls. She had the advantage built up over Kodorova and Faitova. And so Sara Zubarova now matches Maruskova for heat points. I've got a feeling she'll start 2nd for the final, and that is perfect for Maruskova, who will start from pole, with Aneta Stukalova likely to start from 3rd. We'll confirm it later, but Maruskova is just 1 race away from becoming world champion. Can Sara Zubarova challenge her in the final race of the year? Well, a tough ride from Sara Zubarova. Despite falling twice, she still came home 18 seconds clear of Barbara Kodorova. Elizabeta Faitova 3rd from Chai Jin and Gao Jiayin, who really struggled in that race. Miki Tori, P6, Inhi Park in 7th. So the women's category has still got a little bit of time to wrap things up. But the drama is definitely intensifying. The Women's World Championship is going to go down to the very last race of the year. In just a couple of minutes' time, we'll be building up for the tension and the drama in the stock category. The stock race and the stock Rookie Merlin Plus titles are still technically up for grabs here in Macau. The stock world champion is crowned in Anthony Squire, but the battle in stock Rookie Merlin Plus between Fares Ramadan and Mike Michailidis is the talk of the town, and they will give us an amazing showcase very soon. So to the final categories before we get to the final races of the season, as the duel is going to be sensational now. The competition in the stock category and the stock Rookie Merlin Plus. Heat 4, Group A, the newly crowned champion, Anthony Squire, starting from the front with Feng Xiong-hao and Kim Min-jun giving chase. Then Damian Kadlich, Seong Jiang, Kit Tai Kim, Vladimir Andel, Mike Michailidis, Behich Yogachila, and Fares Ramadan pushing forward. Now, for those who were watching us yesterday, of course, will have noted and remembered that Fares Ramadan failed to start his second race yesterday, and that was because of ill health. He was actually very unwell at the end of his first race and had to pull out of the second. So now that's essentially his dropped race. He cannot afford a single mistake coming up to the last races of the season, because of course any mistakes he makes he's got to then take, because a DNF, that's his lowest score whatever happens. So he's got to hope that his remaining races are pretty good. And so currently he's quite a long way down in terms of the points currently scored. But you've got to remember that once he's taken another score on the board, that will obviously improve his stock. But when you're in the fight for the title with the Cypriot Mike Michailidis, who currently has the perfect score of 54 points, the same as Anthony Squire, that's going to be almost impossible for Fares Ramadan to mix himself back up there. He has two 14-point scores. A win would be good at this point, because that would put him back up onto 46. That'll be just 8 shy of Mike Michailidis, but with the championship alive and kicking in stock rookie Merlin Plus, that is really going to be a tight battle. Anthony Squire just getting himself ready to go for what promises to be his victory lap here today. A 54-point score, the same as Mike Michailidis, the same as Adam Kolar, and the same as David Kuchka, means that no matter what happens, Anthony Squire will be the world champion of 2025. A fabulous battle he put in yesterday, and he can be very happy indeed with how that all played out. But there is still business to conclude. There is still the matter of the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. Don't forget, the winner of the final wins the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. So all the build-up is one thing for the final race of the day, but also the UIM MotoSurf World Championship title is in the mind of everybody. And certainly in the stock rookie Merlin Plus category, it couldn't really be tighter in the hunger and the fight so far for Mike Michailidis and Fares Ramadan. Coming into the weekend, the gap between them was very slim indeed. Ramadan had 215 points, Mike Michailidis had 202. Kuchka and Kolar have both got perfect scores. Fares Ramadan has only got 2 second places thus far, so he could really do with a victory to put himself back into some contention, but it's really tricky to know how strong he's going to be. Mike Michailidis is in the form of his life right now, and if he can gain 14 points from this weekend over Fares Ramadan, he will become the new stock rookie Merlin Plus champion. The 18-year-old from Cyprus has got a lot riding on this, so we'll see what he does, but we'll also keep our eyes firmly peeled on the stock category up front, and Anthony Squire will lead them around. So Anthony Squire holding a very strong line to kick things off, hoping for the charge forward to work out in his favour. All of the riders neatly tucked in the line. We wait for the flag to drop, and we go to racing. Good start from Anthony Squire, but watch for Shang. He's going to try and come right round the outside of the American. Anthony Squire is not backing down though. He holds his line, and the American surges forward into the slalom for the first time. No problem at all. Now, so far in the rookie Merlin Plus ranks, Ramadan is ahead of Michailidis, so that certainly helps out the Q80 to get himself back on terms. But what a battle it's turning into already, as the competition is certainly surging forward. Squire is no longer the leader though, because he's been beaten out of the slalom by the Chinese ace Feng Shenghao. Now, Anthony Squire did tell me yesterday that he expects the Chinese riders to be strong out of the blocks and through the slalom on the first lap, but it's going to be about who's got the momentum after these races have settled down into the rhythm that will really take into effect. And Anthony Squire goes to the long lap for the first time, trying to close down on Feng Shenghao. Now, Fares Ramadan has got himself into the lead in stock rookie Merlin Plus. So that's looking good for an 18-point score for the Q80. And that is so important with this championship fight still up for grabs between himself and Mike Michailidis. So Ramadan has gone through onto the main course. Michailidis decides to go for the long lap. Anthony Squire rejoins after his long lap run. He's not the only one to take it. Kadlec also did so, as did Kim Min-jun. Behich Jorgenschila and Mike Michailidis. So Feng Hao currently leads Fares Ramadan, and the Chinese rider somehow manages to avoid clattering into the side of Jorgenschila and Michailidis to go onto the long lap for the first time. Fares Ramadan is going to need to do the same thing. So very tall order on the far side. So Feng Hao has gone into the long lap, and so too does Fares Ramadan. But the Q80 has got to hope that he's got strength here. He's warring with Mike Michailidis in the Rookie Merlin Plus category. The other man in the equation, of course, is Behich Jorgenschila, but Michailidis has got ahead of the Turkish rider, so he's got to try and keep this going. Jorgenschila is dropping back in terms of the momentum at the moment. So Fares Ramadan's come out of the long lap, and he's still ahead of Mike Michailidis. For Anthony Squire, trying to chase down Feng Hao, this is not a stress at the moment, because he's already won the championship, and he knows that if he wants to win the Grand Prix, he's going to have to pull out the A game in the final later. He's already got the maximum 54 points, but he knows now what to expect of Feng Hao in the last race of the season later today. He's going to be flying out of the blocks. So still the competition is raging as Mike Michailidis has gone onto the long lap for the second time, trying to quest after this position from Fares Ramadan. Fares Ramadan still going strong on the main part of the course. I wonder if this is going to be his chance to take the second long lap. He's already gone on to one of them, and he does indeed take the second long lap. He wants to make sure that Mike Michailidis is not going to give him too much hassle in the stock Rookie Merlin Plus category. The two of them riding against each other in this first group race. And so it's going to be very tricky indeed for Michailidis to pick up too many points if he can't get ahead of Fares Ramadan. So Michailidis is pushing, trying to get that time back to Fares Ramadan, but he's going to be two boys back. And so Ramadan gets out of the second long lap, clear of Mike Michailidis. So now the two riders in the stock Rookie Merlin Plus category will be going at it hammer and tongs. Looks like a couple of riders are trying to get themselves back into the melee again as Anthony Squire continues to charge forward here, running in second position, half a minute back from Feng Hao. Both of them have completed their long laps, so that shows you how impressive the Chinese rider has been in this one. He's now on the second long lap, and he's just going to get out in front of Anthony Squire. So Feng Hao now on the second long lap. Squire is right behind him, and they're being hunted down by Damian Kadlec. But Mike Michailidis is now closing up on Fares Ramadan. Two races in one here, of course. So we've got two places to keep an eye on here, as Anthony Squire is trying to catch up to the hard-charging Chinese rider. Feng Hao, the teenager, running in front of the newly crowned stock world champion. Anthony Squire cannot be caught in the points tally, but he still wants to win the Grand Prix of Macau. He can't rest on his laurels as we go into the final lap of the stock Heat 4 Group A. And Feng Hao has got a little bit of traffic in front of him. That looks to me like Vladimir Andel, who hopefully will not cause too much of an issue for Feng Hao. He doesn't indeed, and the 19-year-old goes into the slalom for the last time. Michailidis has got right up to Fares Ramadan, so we'll try and keep an eye on both races as they happen. But certainly for Feng Hao, it's looking done and dusted as Anthony Squire has reeled off the power. And so the Chinese rider takes the checkered flag. Feng Hao is victorious, and he's ecstatic about it. Second place for Damian Kadlec, I do believe. He's managed to get through in front of Anthony Squire, I think. Yes, indeed. So Anthony Squire crosses the line in third. That doesn't affect his score. Meanwhile, what about Michailidis versus Ramadan? Ramadan's just got out of the slalom in front of Michailidis to the line. Ramadan gets there ahead of the Cypriot. Well, that was close all the way to the line. And Fares Ramadan coming up with the goods of the victory exactly when he needed it. 18 points to the good for Fares Ramadan. And so, looking back over the championship points scored, Michailidis has got 54, and Fares Ramadan now has 46. That's a difference of 8 points. So Michailidis has taken a big chunk out of the championship lead, but the gap has gone down from 13 points to just 5. 5 points. So Fahaz Ramadan will now lead the Stock Rookie Merlin Plus category going into the final race of the season by just 5 championship points. That means that Michailidis has to win with Ramadan in 3rd or lower to become the new world champion. Fahaz Ramadan needs 1st or 2nd. So Feng Shenghao taking a crucial heat victory away from Damian Kadlec and Anthony Squire, who can afford to relax in that particular heat. Fahaz Ramadan and Mike Michailidis 4th and 5th, and now the gap between them goes from 13 points in the title race to just 5. Kim Min-jun ahead of Behich Yorganchila, and then Vladimir Andel with retirements from Kitai Kim and Seong Jiang. A very tough race indeed there, as Anthony Squire has no need to go for the victory. He's already become the champion of the world in the stock category, but he still wants to be competitive in the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. That is for sure. But the real story here is in the Stock Rookie Merlin Plus category. We've gone from a 13-point deficit to a 5-point deficit, as Mike Michailidis now has to beat Fahaz Ramadan in the final, with Ramadan not scoring higher than 3rd. And suddenly the World Championship could change from Kuwait to Cyprus. But before we even get to that stage, we've still got 2 races to fight for in the Stock and Stock Rookie Merlin Plus. So there is Anthony Squire getting a nice handshake there from Yorganchila and also from Fahaz Ramadan. He's feeling much more comfortable today, is Fahaz Ramadan, the teenager from Kuwait, as the Eunjin comes to have a chat with the riders in the stock category as well. She's been the #1 fan club supporter of Anthony Squire in his quest for the title. So it's definitely going very well indeed in the stock category. But in the Stock Rookie Merlin Plus category, the championship is reaching a climax here. 5 points now between Fahaz Ramadan of Kuwait and Mike Michailidis of Cyprus. So now we go into the second race of this rotation. Race 4, Heat 4 for Group B riders. And this is going to give us another very competitive group of competitors who will still want a little bit of pride here. We've got 3rd place in the championship still to confirm, don't forget. There is an outside chance that if we get retirements in the Stock Rookie Merlin Plus category, David Kuchka and Adam Kolar could suddenly elevate into 2nd or 3rd in the Riders' Championship, especially now that Kuchka and Kolar are going to get a minimum 54 points from this contest. So Jan Travnicek is going to be pole position for this one, with Kim Down in 2nd position, then Adam Janasek, Alexander Lana and Suguru Ikeda. Then it is Maxim Gavranov. We no longer have Natapash Kanchanapon in the competition, I believe. Adam Kolar is 8th, watch him charge forward, and Lorenzo Tanda, the Monza Monster. So now the competitors are going to be charging their way through these boys on the opening couple of laps. Kim Down, no longer under pressure, but he would still love to take the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau in 2 categories. The championship is no longer up for grabs, so he can just focus on the objective of winning the Grand Prix. And he can do so in both Masters and Stock. So what a fantastic conclusion to this season. Jan Travnicek, though, is the man who starts from pole position this time. Kim Down 2nd from Janasek, Lana and Ikeda. Then Gavranov, Kanchanapon may or may not be there. It all depends on how he's feeling this morning. He obviously had that rather nasty moment where the wind got completely knocked out of him in the hard charging race yesterday evening. And I'm going to try and count how many riders we've got going to the water. We've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So all of them are there. So it does look as though we've got Natapash Kanchanapon in the lineup. He went for medical checks last night, but it looks to me as though he is going racing. Excellent news. So exactly what we were hoping to see for the tie, as he will get himself back up to starter's orders. There is Adam Janasek, riding in the black Apex Pilots top. Normally they ride in white. Clearly they only had a black one available for today for Adam Janasek. But he is excited for the off. It's going to be a very interesting charge on the start of this race. Keep one eye on Kolar and Tanda, both trying to keep their hopes of the title alive in the Stock Rookie Merlin Plus category. We've had someone go into the water there. Who is that that's come a cropper? I think that is Adam Janasek. We'll double check, but I think that's Janasek that's gone in. Oh no, it's Maxim Gavronov, my apologies. So Maxim Gavronov recovers, but it's certainly been a very tricky situation for the contenders so far, as now we'll get to see if Jan Travnicek can control the pace of this field in good proximity. Kim down second from Janasek, Lana, Ikeda, Gavronov, Kantanapon, and then we got the two Stock Rookie Merlin Plus riders, Kolar and Tanda. So here come the contenders off the line, and it's all down to Jan Travnicek to control the pace of them as they come through this time. We will watch the race rise to a crescendo. Travnicek has his arm in the air to hold the riders in position. Once the last couple of riders are in place, Kolar and Tanda, we will be able to get this race ready. The flag is in the air. Stock Race 4, Group B gets underway now! Great start from Travnicek. Kim Down is trying to get right round the outside of him. Looks like a strong charge forward from Lana and Ikeda, as Lana has got himself in a fourth position, might be able to turn this into third as he comes up to the slalom. But it's a difficult start from Janasek. Travnicek's got a good one. Kim Down has decided to go the opposing way, and the waves are pretty choppy in the slalom on the first lap. Everybody trying to stay upright. Travnicek is working hard, and he leads. Great start from Jan Travnicek at the end of the first lap. So Jan Travnicek holds on to his advantage in front of Kim Down. Then it is the hard-charging pair of riders behind them. Janasek in front of Alexander Lana. Lana is trying to keep this nice and tidy. It's so choppy in the whitewater on the first proper lap of this race. Everybody really struggling to stay upright here. All the way back to Lorenzo Tanda. The Monza monster has charged his way up into fifth position. What a comeback from the Italian. Kolar is in P6, having a very difficult race compared to what we've seen from him so far this week. And then Ikeda, Kantanapon and Gavronov. And Gavronov's gone down and recovered. And it looks as though Kantanapon has also gone down and is in the process of recovering as well, we think. So the race leader, still strong, trying to recover. Oh no, it's Kolar. Adam Kolar is the one who's gone down. So very dramatic indeed for Adam Kolar after taking the wins yesterday and the perfect score of 54. Today he falls down in the water. His hand is in the air. So Adam Kolar still fighting for the championship, technically speaking, don't forget. But in reality, it's likely to be between just Faris Ramadan and Mike Michailidis. Adam Kolar still a potential favourite to win the Stock Rookie Merlin Plus final later and win the Macau Grand Prix of Macau. But there's so much to settle before that. Travnicek's gone on to the long lap, so has Kim Down. And they will rejoin back in position. So Travnicek comes through in front of Kim Down. Kolar is trying to get himself back up to pace. But at the moment, Travnicek leads Kim Down. Kim got onto the long lap before Travnicek did on the previous lap. But Jan Travnicek is really hard pushed to take on Kim Down. He's not an easy man to beat. And Travnicek was absolutely jubilant when he took the victory over Kim Down yesterday. He knows that beating someone of the caliber of Kim Down isn't something that you cherish lightly. You do it with full guns blazing. Kim Down, second place. Although in reality, he's currently in fourth position. That's because Adam Janasek and Lorenzo Tanda have yet to take their first long laps. However, of course, Lorenzo Tanda has now gone onto the long lap. So back onto the full course. Jan Travnicek still leading from Kim Down. Although, of course, we're waiting to see when Adam Janasek is going to take his first long lap. But he's pulled quite a gap over the rest of the field. So Janasek still has a chance to win this one for me. He's waited until lap number 5 to go onto the long lap. Has he pulled enough of a gap on Travnicek and Kim Down? If he has, then Adam Janasek is going to take the lead of this race. So currently, Travnicek and Kim Down have only done one long lap, and Janusek has gone into his first long lap. So this will tell us what the state of play is in the race positions. Here comes Janusek. Can he beat Travnicek out of the long lap? It's going to be tight. No, Travnicek goes through, and so does Kim Down. So now Janusek has got to try and close up to the two men. Kim Down goes on to the second long lap, and that leaves Janusek to close up on the man in front, Jan Travnicek. Well, there's some very interesting challenges. Oh, that's Janusek down in the water. So Janusek has gone down in the water. So a big problem then for Adam Janusek, who goes on to the fifth lap. So who is that that's trying to close up then on Jan Travnicek? That is Lorenzo Tanda, my apologies. So Tanda was closing up, and he now completes lap number 5. There is Kim Down, having completed his second long lap. Lorenzo Tanda, meanwhile, is having a great ride, and he's actually zipped past the number 4 to put a lap on Alexander Lanner. But Alexander Lanner has done his second long lap. Lorenzo Tanda has yet to do that. Janusek, Travnicek, and Tanda are all one long lap only. There goes Jan Travnicek onto the long lap, and Lorenzo Tanda does likewise. So now we wait to see what Kim Down is going to be able to filter back in. Has the Korean Kim Down managed to get himself enough pace to take on Travnicek? No, he has not. So Jan Travnicek rejoins the course, still with the lead intact. So Adam Janusek is the only man standing who hasn't done his second long lap. But the checkered flag is out, and Adam Janusek has crossed the line. He's miscounted. Adam Janusek crosses the line in the lead, and he's only done one long lap. Oh, Adam Janusek, what a miscalculation. He knows that it's not going to be his victory. It is instead going to go the way of Jan Travnicek, who's confused at the end. Well, did I win or not? Well, Travnicek has come through. Janusek isn't sure what's going on here. Neither is Jan Travnicek. But Janusek has come through, having only completed one long lap here. And Travnicek has done 2. So he's going to get the victory over Kim Down and Lorenzo Tanda, who takes the 18 points in the stock Rookie Merlin Plus class. What a ride from the monster from Monza. But an amazing ride from Adam Janusek comes to nothing as he miscalculates his second long lap, and so Janusek only completes one of the 2 long laps. He wins the race, but he will get the penalty. That is such an unfortunate mishap for Adam Janusek. Jan Travnicek will take the win in the end then. He crosses the line second in front of Kim Down and Lorenzo Tanda, who takes the maximum 18 points in the Rookie Merlin Plus. Then Alexander Lanner in front of Suguru Ikeda. Adam Kolar actually went into the drink and lost the lap ahead of Maxim Gavdanov and Natapash Kantanapon. Very dramatic scenes here at the Grand Prix of Macau, and you're sitting there thinking, well, how hard is it to count to 2 when you're on the long lap? But look, you've got so many different things to focus on all at the same time. You've got to try and make sure that you've got the balance on the white water. You've got to make sure you take the apex at the right speed and the right radius. You've got traffic to negotiate. You've got to make sure that if you fall, you get upright. There's so many different things going on. It's very easy, in fact, to miscalculate how many laps you've done. So Janusek would have thought that that was going to be going into his final lap, and he would have taken the long lap on it, I'm sure. But he's just miscalculated. What a shame. So a very dramatic turn of events here as Kim Down chats to all and sundry in the holding area. Well, that was an interesting one. But Kim Down has obviously completed all of his heats and done everything he needs to do to get himself ready for the final. And chatting to our championship coordinator, Martin Janschelek, is Elisabetta Faitova. What a ride from the number 12, Lorenzo Tanda, though. He had a fantastic ride there, battling away with Maxim Gavdanov. But the number 1, Jan Travnicek, victorious. Here comes the grid for stock race 4 in Group C. And it is going to be another big challenge for the Chinese contingent up front. Shang Mao Shu and Jin Shulin will be the leading 2 riders But watch for the man in third. The Kuwaiti Hassan Bouabbas wants to finish this season strong. Han Tahi and Ismail Kaptanoglu from Jaime Hincache and Kamonapop Sindonvapart. And then come the riders in the stock Rookie Merlin Plus race. David Kuchka, Mai Xiaoliang and Nikita Karpov. Well, David Kuchka is going to finish this event of the qualifying heats with a maximum score of 54 because he's already got that from the 3 victories he took yesterday. So expect even more sensational performances to come from the riders here in this one. I expect to see a really strong conclusion from this final race before we get to the flag parade. But for China, Zhang Maoshu ahead of Jin Shulin is going to be the order of proceedings here. And it'll be fascinating to see if the 24-year-old from China, Zhang Maoshu, can hold on to his advantage. Jin Shulin will be second off the line from Hassan Bouabbas, Han Tahi and Ismail Kaptanoglu. So with Jaime Hincache, Kamonapop Sindonvapart and David Kuchka giving chase, expect Kuchka to charge forward from P8. And then Mai Xiaoliang of Macau, one of the last man standing from Macau in this competition. And then, of course, Nikita Karpov, the new boy. So the riders getting themselves geared up and ready for the final race before the finals. And that, of course, will be in each category, the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. So to the water for the last time before our finals. An amazing way for this competition to continue. So many people have come out here to watch the racing. Some are curious as to this new and exciting sport they've discovered called UIM MotoSurf. 20 kilogram boards of carbon fiber with these tiny little engines, but they still generate enough power to get you to a very top limit of 70 kilometers an hour in the straight line. Not that they're going to reach that on these choppy waves just off Hansar Beach in the South China Sea off the Isle of Coleraine in the Special Administrative Region of China, Macau. So these last 6 weeks of the motorsport season really busy for Macau. None the least, of course, because a week ago it was the Grand Prix of Macau for racing cars and bikes. A fabulous event that certainly has a very historic significance in Southeast Asia. It is the Monaco of the Orient. A week later, here we are for the UIM MotoSurf. In 2 weeks' time, we're going to be, in 3 weeks' time, we're going to be up to speed for the Miami X30 Asia Finals, one of the top events in karting in this part of the world. So Macau really is playing host to some top-level international competition over these few weeks. So now the riders gearing up for the showcase. Zhang Maoshu ahead of Jin Shulin, Hassan Bouabbas, Han Tahi, Ismail Kaptanoglu, Jaime Hincache and Kamonapop Sindonvapart from David Kuchka, Mai Xiaoliang and Nikita Karpov. So a very exciting run for all of the contenders as we get ourselves ready for a very exciting conclusion to the qualifying heats. Then we'll have the finals later. So expect an absolutely scintillating conclusion to proceedings here. But this is going to be very tight indeed in the closing stages. An amazing run for all of the contenders here, as we now get ourselves ready for an amazing conclusion to the proceedings. The race day here in Macau is going to be led for stock Heat 4 Group C by Zhang Maoshu from Jin Shulin. Then Hassan Bouabbas, Han Tahi, Ismail Kaptanoglu from Hincache, Sindonvapart, Kuchka, Mai and Karpov. The flag will go up in the air, and when it drops, it's going to go a flag waved in rotation, in fact. So it's not going to be a race start, it's going to be a false start. Well, the contenders are going to go round again. Definitely worth tuning in for the conclusion of this great competition, because this is going to be the second crescendo of 5 weeks worth of racing here in Macau. Kick-starting, of course, last week with the Grand Prix of Macau, then the UIM MotoSurf World Championship here this weekend, and in 3 weeks' time, of course, it is the Miami Asia Finals in karting, one of the premier race events in Southeast Asia. Now, who is that that's on the slalom not going anywhere off the start? Because we've got one rider trying to recover at the moment, and I'm not entirely sure who that is that's struggling to get off to starters' orders. So everybody trying to get themselves back into the line, but there's one rider who's definitely going to struggle to get there. They're trying to give him as much of a chance to get back into this as possible, but he's really struggling. He can't get going again. But at the moment, it's tough to know who that is, because I'm trying to count the numbers on the alternative shorts. The jet ski is coming in to help. And this is a very difficult start to proceedings for one particular competitor. So now we're going to try and make out who it is that's in trouble here. We'll find out when the shorts emerge from the top of the waves. And it looks like it's going to be a retirement before the race even gets underway. Is that the 5 retiring from the race already? Trying to double check, but it's not very easy to make out the number on the shorts coming through the white water of the waves here. But certainly there's a real headache before the start of the final qualifying heat before the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. So the riders coming back to the shore, courtesy of the safety team, and now we need to figure out what the situation is for that particular rider in question. Trying to make out who it is. It's the 7, I believe, so that is the Thai rider who is involved in this rather nasty melee moment. What a problem this is for Kamonlapop Sundonvapar. So the Thai rider trying to get himself back into contention once again. I think it's game over. I think it's game over for Kamonlapop Sundonvapar. Well, that is a very frustrating end, and he throws his board into the water. Somehow, this is not the way Kamonlapop Sundonvapar wanted to say goodbye to the competition. He wanted to leave on his own terms, and now he is eliminated from the contest. The Zach Extreme rider is out. What a shame. So he will not even get to start this race. We've had another off, actually, on the warm-up run. So someone else has come off into the water. Now we need to figure out who that is that's in dire straits. As we go back up to warm-up speeds once again, but certainly Kamonlapop Sundonvapar is out of the running, and that is the 9. Oh no, sorry, that's the A trying to get back up to speed. That's Nikita Karpov. So problems there for the new talent joining in with the regular contingent, but all of the riders hoping for a sensational conclusion to this final qualifying heat. And then of course we've got the flag parade, the break, and then we'll go to the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau in each of our individual categories. Absolutely sensational. A very tough situation for all of the contenders then. Well, what a sensational run it's going to be. A fantastic situation for all of the competitors. And now we're getting ourselves dialed in, and it's going to be a pole position launch from Shang Maoshu. Can the Chinese rider get off the grid in good stead? It's definitely going to be competitive right from the outset. Are we going to charge our way forward for the victory? From the pole position, Shang Maoshu along with Jin Shulin. The flag will drop. When we do, we'll be racing for the last time before the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. Here we go! A great start from Shang Maoshu. No problems at all heading for the first buoy, and as the rest of the contenders try to keep themselves vertical into the slalom for the first time. Shang Maoshu going well here in front of Jin Shulin. Choose which way you want to go through the slalom, left or right. It's perfectly up to the rider. But Zhang Maoshu, 24 years of age from China, really throwing himself into the lead of this race. And as he comes through at the end of the opening lap, this is exactly what the doctor ordered. Zhang Maoshu leads Jin Shulin. What about Hassan Bouabas? There he is in third. So this is all okay from Hassan Bouabas. A very tight race from the riders behind, as up into third position has come Hassan Bouabas, and up to fourth place now is Ismail Kaptanoglu. So Ismail Kaptanoglu having a good run in fourth place ahead of Jaime Hincache. David Kuchka up to sixth already from Mai, Karpov and Han Tai-hee. We already know there's going to be a retirement for Commander Popson Thunderbar. He was not able to take up the start, as onto the long lap for the first time goes Jin Shulin. So Jin Shulin decides to be the first one to blink on the long lap, as recovering after a fall there. That looks like Jaime Hincache having a problem. The Jetsoft Orlando rider has fallen away from the position, and so it's a rare mistake for Jaime Hincache. Meanwhile, Zhang Maoshu is riding perfectly up in the sharp end. There is a bit of an issue for Ismail Kaptanoglu, who now goes up to the far side of the course, having worked his way forward. Kaptanoglu, one of the riders who's taken the first long lap, and now there is the race leader, Zhang Maoshu, doing exactly the same thing, and he's joined on the long lap by Hassan Bouabas. And he's also joined there by David Kuchka, so they've all decided to complete the first long lap within sight of the first 3 laps. Now the man who's trying to catch up to Zhang Maoshu is Jin Shulin, but it's Zhang Maoshu who gets out of the long lap with a decent advantage now over the Chinese rider Jin Shulin. Hassan Bouabas is trying to close up to him to go for second position, as David Kuchka is riding spectacularly here to go for another win, ahead of Nikita Karpov and Mai Xiao Liam. But obviously there's still long laps to take into consideration for our rookie Merlin Plus riders. Nikita Karpov currently running second in the category, trying to charge after David Kuchka. But this man is just invincible. Hassan Bouabas doing the best he can to close up on Jin Shulin, but 3 laps apiece and 1 long lap apiece. So it's stalemate between the top 3, as Zhang Maoshu is really hoping for something spectacular here to pull clear of his opponents. He doesn't go onto the long lap for the second time just yet. 6 laps of the course needed in stock, and we're already on the 4th. And Zhang Maoshu having to take avoiding action there, because there was a rider that went down into the drink. Now, who was that? That's Mai Xiao Liam. So Mai Xiao Liam, the Macanese rider, has gone through, and that's definitely held up Zhang Maoshu. So Jin Shulin has gone onto the long lap for the second time, and he's currently riding alone in his own frame of mind. But Zhang Maoshu lost a lot of time trying to stay out of harm's way there with Mai Xiao Liam. So now we'll get to see how much of an impact that makes. Jin Shulin back on the main course after his second long lap, joined in that procedure by Hassan Bouabas and David Kuchka. Ismail Kaptanoglu also took his second long lap there. So here is Jin Shulin trying to close down the deficit as Zhang Maoshu goes on to his final long lap. He's not leaving anything to chance. He's going to take it on the penultimate lap. He'll come out of the course, having had a very strong run on the long lap, but there's not a lot that Jin Shulin can do about this as Zhang Maoshu exits the long lap for the second time. There is Jin Shulin. He's about 4 boys behind the Chinese rider. And there is Zhang Maoshu. He leads the way, convincingly so. He doesn't even need to put on the speed here. But after a very convincing ride over the course of these qualifying heats, Zhang Maoshu is on course for his 3rd win of the competition, and that will put him on the same points as Anthony Squire. So a fabulous competition, reaching a crescendo then for Zhang Maoshu. He goes into the final lap, and that's going to put him dead square on points with Anthony Squire, because Squire got 3 heat wins yesterday. Zhang Maoshu is about to pick up his 3rd right now. But Zhang Maoshu's other result is a 2nd. Squire's is a 3rd. So this is going to be Zhang Maoshu not only taking the third heat win of the week, but it's going to be pole position for the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau in stock. Out for the slalom for the last time, and Zhang Maozhou, the 24-year-old from China, putting himself right into the vanguard of the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. Out of the final turn, the checkered flag is in the air, and Zhang Maozhou is victorious when it counts. 3 wins out of 4, and that puts the Chinese rider, I believe, into pole position for the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau in stock. Second place for Jin Shulin. A very solid effort indeed there. And third position will go the way of Hassan Bouabas. He'll be happy with that. But it's certainly going to be an interesting one all the way, as David Kuchka also manages to seal a victory in the stock Merlin Plus category, I do believe. He will just finish the job as they come through the slalom now. David Kuchka, I think, is going to finish up in 4th position, unless he's lost out there right at the end to Ismail Kaptanoglu. And the answer to that is no, he hasn't. So Kuchka takes the victory in stock rookie Merlin Plus to even the score with Adam Kollar and to even the score with Mike Michailidis. So that title fight is going down to the wire. Stock is already decided as the world champion for Anthony Squire, but the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau really is going to be tough between Zhang Maozhou of China and Anthony Squire of the United States, and I couldn't call it. So Zhang Maozhou dominates the last heat before the Grand Prix finals here in Macau. And what a performance it was from the 24-year-old from China. Zhang Maozhou is victorious here on Hansar Beach. And as you can see in the background, the flags are getting ready for our drivers' parade, our riders' parade, I should say, in the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau, the UIM MotoSurf World Championship finale, as the flags are being prepared. Zhang Maozhou takes the last race of the day before the finals. Jin Shulin second, ahead of Hassan Bouabas. David Kuchka, Ismail Kaptanoglu, Jaime Hincache, Mai Xiaolian, Han Taihe, and then Nikita Karpov. Unfortunately, no start for Komandopov Sintonvapar. We saw that he had problems before the race began. So now our contenders having a fantastic week of racing. Now they've all done everything they possibly can to go to battle and put on a great show. Now, of course, the riders will venture out onto the water to give us our flag parade. Now, the last time I commentated on a UIM MotoSurf flag parade was back in Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates, at which point Eunja Cheo Hong actually proposed to his fiancée, Irene. So I'm wondering if there's going to be another one. I'm getting into a bit of a habit if that's the case. But certainly the riders are getting themselves ready for the flag parade, which will be led by the safety marshal, who will wave the flag of the UIM. So all of the contenders getting ready for a fabulous competition crescendo. But certainly a fantastic situation after an amazing race day of battles. And the UIM flag will lead the flag parade here at the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. UIM, of course, the Union Internationale Motonautique, basically the FIA of water racing. There is Hassan Bouabas just debriefing after a fantastic ride. Third position for him, and certainly right into the vanguard of battling for the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau in the stock category. He wants nothing less than a win. But all of the competitors are now going to take to the water and give us a fantastic display with all of the various nations' flags going out onto the course. And it really has been a truly international event here. Yes, it is an event for competitors here in Macau, and obviously there will be the Macanese flag for several riders, but we'll also have the flag of the Czech Republic, Poland, Sweden, Bulgaria, South Korea, China, as well as Hungary, Japan, Belgium and Turkey, along with Cyprus and of course Kuwait. And Thailand will also be represented, as of course will the United States of America and Slovakia. A truly international competition here, and it really has been wonderful to witness all of these amazing riders giving us such fantastic entertainment all the way through this magnificent week. And we know there's many of you watching at home, many of whom are either enthusiasts of MotoSurf or fellow competitors. Not everybody has been able to make it to the season finale of the UIM MotoSurf World Championship, and you are with us in spirit, we know that much. But we are so excited to see how things continue to conclude. But we are hoping that this is going to finish off in a very beautiful fashion. The flag parade will obviously be a very nice gesture to all of the international competition that has been carried out here for the UIM MotoSurf World Championship 2025. So this is a good opportunity to talk us through which World Championships have been clinched and which ones are still yet to be concluded. So obviously the stock category was won yesterday by Anthony Squire. He cannot be caught now in the championship fight. Kim Down was the champion before we even arrived in Macau. Same goes for Ellen Berdova in the Junior Girl Championship category. Junior Boy was clinched yesterday evening by Matthias Barvik. He can now not be caught, no matter what Stanislav Kohut and Oliver Wolf can throw at him. But everything else is still fairly up-tempo. Matthias Novotny now cannot be caught by either Alex Lukscheider or Luka Zahorski. And he becomes world champion for the second year in a row in the elite category, the Formula One and MotoSurf. But there are two championships that are going right down to the wire in the very last race of the season. In stock Rookie Merlin Plus, there will be just 5 points between Fares Ramadan and Mike Michailidis for the Riders' Championship. 8 points back is David Kuchka. And technically speaking, there is still only 13 points now back to Adam Kollar. So there is still technically a 4-way title fight. So Fares Ramadan, Mike Michailidis, David Kuchka and Adam Kollar are still all mathematically in with a shot of the World Championship going into the final race of the year. That is quite astonishing. Whereas in the women's category, it all comes down to two fantastic world champions gunning for the 2025 title. Aneta Stukalova, double world champion, versus Eliska Maruskova, the reigning world champion. That will all be fascinating to watch conclude. And we're certainly going to crown some very spirited and very enthusiastic world champions. So the flag parade is going to be the next thing that works our way into our schedule out onto the course. And so it'll be a really exciting competition this afternoon for the finals. But now we are ready to watch this championship showdown conclude. This afternoon we'll have the Junior Girls final, followed by the Junior Boys, then the Masters final, the Stock Rookie Merlin Plus Championship showdown, the Stock final, the Women's final, and then the Elite final. 7 races to go in the 2025 UIM MotoSurf World Championship. Wonderful to see all the flags coming out as everybody will head to the water for our flag parade. And the fabulous scenes down here on the shoreline on Hansar Beach on the Isle of Coleraine in China's special administrative region of Macau. A very busy 5 weeks of motorsport here in this fantastic jewel in the crown of Southeast Asia, the Monaco of the Orient, and certainly the Las Vegas of Asia. This fantastic region of the world, crazy about speed, and certainly in terms of racing, it doesn't get much better than this in the November to December weeks. Starting with the Grand Prix of Macau for both cars and bikes, that's been won by so many fantastic racers over the years. Certainly in the Macau Grand Prix itself. Last week it was won by the Frenchman Théophile Nal after a fantastic set of races in the past, including the likes of Ayrton Senna and Michael Schumacher. Here in the UIM MotoSurf World Championship, we've already crowned a few champions. We're going to crown 2 more in this afternoon's races, as well as all 7 winners of the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau in their individual classes. And then, of course, 3 weeks from now, some of us will return to Macau for more great motorsport action from the IAME Asia Open Final. And that, of course, will be the first golden ticket to the IWF, the IAME Warriors Final, one of the pinnacle motorsport events on the planet for young racers. And that, of course, is how Oliver Bearman, the current Formula One driver for the Haas Grand Prix team, managed to work his way from karting to the top. So the flag of Macau is brought out onto the water, held aloft by Alan Unger. The last time he had the Macau flag in a riders' parade, he then brought it to the shoreline and proposed to his new fiancée, Irene. He certainly won't be doing that again. But the riders now venture out onto the circuit with each of their individual nations' flags. Zhang Maozhou carries the flag of China. Lorenzo Tander carries the flag of Italy. Abraham Tibor, the flag of Hungary. Anthony Squire, the flag of the United States. It looks like Kim Down has the flag for Korea. No major surprises there. Poltori with the flag of Japan. Alexander Lanner, by the look of it, with the flag of Sweden. And for Slovakia, that looks like the flag is being waved there by Jiří Travnicek. Great to see everybody venturing out onto the course and having a great ride of it. Of course, the flag parade will be led by the safety marshal team, which has the flag of the UIM, the Union Internationale Motonautique. And it is wonderful to witness yet another brilliant flag parade. Last year it was cold, it was wet, it was grim and grisly. This year it's glorious Southeast Asian sunshine as the UAM MotoSurf riders parade along the Hansar Beach seafront in the South China Sea. What a wonderful sight. Jano van Gersbilk holding the flag of Belgium, along with the Polish flag waved aloft by Arkadiusz Janora. All of these fantastic flags for the United States, for China, for Macau, for Belgium, for Italy, for Bulgaria, for the Czech Republic, for Thailand, for Hungary, for Poland, for Sweden, for Turkey, for Japan, for South Korea, for Cyprus, for Slovakia. An amazing array of nations' flags as everybody is really getting into the spirit of things here. Wonderful to see everybody putting on an amazing showcase. It looks like Jaime Hincache is actually waving the flag of Chile as well. He races under the Orlando Jet Surf banner, but of course he lives in Chile, I do believe, these days, or at least he has Chilean heritage. He races under a Chinese license, but it is great to see him waving the flag of Chile. And so all of the competitors are enjoying themselves on the flag parade as they ride around the Red Bull boys. Great to have their support, by the way, who have joined us along with Melco to support the UIM MotoSurf World Championship finale and the Melco Grand Prix of Macau. Championship titles may have already been secured, but now we're having fun in the UIM MotoSurf flag parade in Macau. Everyone enjoying themselves. This is when the riders really can get some airtime and have some fun. For China, for the USA, for Macau, for Belgium, for Bulgaria, for Sweden, for Italy, for Hungary, for Thailand, for the Czech Republic, for Turkey, for Poland, for South Korea, for Kuwait, for Japan, for Cyprus, for Slovakia, and for Chile. All of the amazing nations here on the water, on the shore front, giving us plenty to get excited about in the flag parade of UIM MotoSurf. We hope you're enjoying the show. And of course, the flag parade will take us one step closer to the Macao Grand Prix of Macau. A chance for everybody to enjoy the photographs that these amazing riders give us as they charge their way along the Hansar Beach shorefront. And we get ready for the World Championships to be declared official. In junior boy, Matthias Barvik. In junior girl, Ellen Bordova. In masters, Kim Down. In women's, undecided. In stock rookie Merlin Plus, undecided. In stock, Anthony Squire. And in elite, for the second year in a row, Matthias Novotny. So the UIM flag parade of the MotoSurf World Championship finale continues on the far side, and the riders will run around the Red Bull boys. It's a wonderful, glorious sight here in the South China Sea, just off Hansar Beach on Colwyn Island in the Chinese Special Administrative Region of Macau. Wonderful scenes overlooking Colwyn Bay. Off to the far distance is the other Special Administrative Region of China. Hong Kong is not too far away over the sea. And we're in the shadow of the Macau Country Club for one of the premier golf resorts of Southeast Asia. And it is wonderful to see everybody following in the wake of the UIM jet ski as our riders come past the pits once again. What a wonderful sight. MotoSurf is growing and growing all the time. And after what has been an amazing season of racing, from Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates for the World Games qualifiers to round one of the season, on to Çeşme in Turkey, then on to the first ever UIM MotoSurf event in the World Games at Chengdu in China. Then the doubleheader in Europe, Manfredonia in Italy, to Jeddah in Croatia. And now here we are once again on Hansar Beach in Macau. The conclusion to an amazing season. And with 2026 right around the buoy, it's going to be a really exciting year in 2026 as this phenomenal sport continues to grow in stature. The UIM MotoSurf World Championship concluding here with the Macao Grand Prix of Macau. And what a way to end the season. Everybody really enjoying themselves on the South China Sea. Great to see everybody putting on a great display. That's Fahoz Ramadan holding the flag of Kuwait, Mike Michailidis holding the flag of Cyprus, Jano Vankersbilk holding the flag for Belgium, and Arkadiusz Janora waving the flag aloft of Poland. Everybody really enjoying themselves here. It looks to me as though Elizabeta Fajtova has been granted the flag of Czech Republic. There are so many riders from the Czech Republic, you wonder who's going to get the honour of running the flag parade, but it looks like Elizabeta Fajtova has been given the honour on this occasion. There are some nations with only one rider, so it's not impossible to guess who's going to be holding that flag. But it is wonderful to see everybody putting on a great display. So Zhang Maozhu holding the flag aloft for China. Anja Xiaohong flying the flag for Macau. Lorenzo Tanda for Italy. Then Ramadan for Kuwait. Michailidis for Cyprus. Sunfolaporn for Thailand. And Lana for Sweden. Tibor for Hungary. Vankersbilk for Belgium. Fajtova of Czech Republic. Travnicek of Slovakia. Janora of Poland. Then it is, I think it is Kim Down who is there for South Korea. Japan has Paul Tori. Turkey has Jorgen Schieler. Anthony Squire going airborne over the waves for the United States. And Hincache for Chile. A fabulous conclusion then to the UIM MotoSurf qualifying heats with the flag parade. Wonderful to see everybody enjoying themselves. I hope you're really enjoying these scenes on our live stream. But of course, this is all a precursor to the big show later on. The Macau Grand Prix will certainly be a magnificent showstopper. And now in each of the 7 finals later, we'll get to crown 7 Grand Prix winners and 2 more world champions. A fantastic end to this incredible season. But it's all just a precursor to the big show. Our lunch break is imminent, and we will then return ready to push our way further forward. So as everybody enjoys themselves out on the water, we are going to take a pause as the riders return to the shoreline. And ladies and gentlemen, it's all been fun and games up to now in qualifying, but the Grand Prix of Macau, presented by MACAO in the UIM MotoSurf World Championship, is just a short lunch break away. Rejoin us when we go to battle in Junior Boy, Junior Girl, Master, Stock, Rookie Merlin Plus, Women's, Stock and Elite. The MACAO Grand Prix of Macau is not far away. We are about to conclude the last 7 races of the UIM MotoSurf World Championship here at Hansar Beach on the Isle of Coleraine in Macau, one of China's 2 special administrative regions in the southeast of Asia. And from my vantage point on the South China Sea, I can tell you what an amazing show it is going to be. Jake Sanson here, overlooking the shoreline as we go to battle for the finals in each of our competitions. And we will start with the junior girl final. Remember, in each of these 7 races, whoever wins the race wins the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau in their individual classes. Only 4 junior girls competing in this contest. So it's down to the new world champion, 12 years of age, Ellen Berdova, who looks like she could rewrite the record books in junior girl. Because, of course, as a world champion at the age of only 12, she's got 2 more great years ahead of her in the junior category before she can step up to the Women's World Championship competition. So this is just the beginning of the Berdova era. And now the competitors are gearing up ready for the start of this fantastic first final. We'll see if Ellen Berdova can convert her dominant performance so far into the MACAO Grand Prix win here in Macau. She's going to have some tough opposition from the riders in along with her. It's definitely going to be tough with Maja Žilevinska, Adela Pokorova and Melanie Janubova all trying to take the title away. The flag drops, and for the first time today, we race in the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau final in junior girl. So round the first boy, Berdova leads from Žilevinska and Pokorova, with Melanie Janubova running in close proximity in 4th place. Now, don't forget that this is going to be the toughest and longest of the races that our junior girls will have had to face so far in this competition. They've still got to take 2 long laps like they normally would, but it's definitely going to be fierce competition as Ellen Berdova crosses the line to complete the first lap in front of Maja Žilevinska. 6 laps of racing plus the 2 long laps for our junior girls. And it looks as though we've already had a fall. I'm afraid it's Melanie Janubova. She gets back on the board and recovers. But you can see how hard Maja Žilevinska is pushing the new world champion, Ellen Berdova. So already on the far side of the course, these 2 ladies go to battle, and they will charge their way forward to get the honour and distinction of the first MACAO Grand Prix of Macau winner in Junior Girl 2025. But it is close between Berdova and Žilevinska. Neither rider is prepared to back down. And Ellen Berdova really is pushing hard here. Žilevinska is giving it everything she's got to try and work her way further forward. But the pole is going to have to work hard here to catch out Ellen Berdova. She is already the strongest of the junior riders across both the girl and boys category here in Macau. And at the age of 12, she is just getting started in this magnificent competition, and already running rings around her competitors who are already as much as 2 years her senior. Absolutely extraordinary for Ellen Berdova. But Maja Žilevinska goes to the long lap. So Berdova is left on her own for the time being at the very least. But there is still more to do. Maja Žilevinska is on the long lap. And this is now where she can put down the pressure on her rivals around her. Janubova continues onto the far track, but Janubova's already taken the long lap, and so too has Adela Pokorova. So out in front it is Ellen Berdova on her third lap out of 6. Oh, and she's gone down. She's gone down in the drink. Ellen Berdova has fallen at buoy number 2. Absolutely incredible. She drops in on the third buoy. So now Maja Zilovińska has a chance to bounce back in this one as Ellen Berdova drops it from the lead. This is worth another look because Ellen Berdova, that's the first mistake she's really made all event here in Macau. But it's the pressure of running for the Grand Prix final that sometimes takes its toll as we take a look at Adela Pokorova running in third position coming into this. So now it's all going to come down to Ellen Berdova's tactics. She goes on to the long lap, same as Maja Zilovińska has done. Pokorova's already done both long laps, but with Ellen Berdova going into the water, she's going to lose the lead. There goes Maja Zilovińska. She's gone through, and Maja Zilovińska takes the net lead of this race now. Ellen Berdova's going to have to make a recovery ride here. So there is Berdova, but you can see in front, there is Maja Zilovińska having taken over possession of the lead of this race. So Berdova's now going to have to push through the slalom in the hope that she can make a recovery here. But coming out of the slalom, it is going to be Maja Zilovińska who leads at the end of lap 4. Now, the two leading ladies in the junior girl category have only got 1 long lap and 2 racing laps to navigate. But Zilovińska is getting held up here, trapped behind Melanie Janubova. She's going to go out wide in the whitewater. So too does Berdova. So, Zilovińska versus Berdova, and this is turning into a much closer battle in junior girl than even we thought was going to be. Berdova really catching up, and she's down again! Ellen Berdova drops it again! Oh, perfect all week, and then the pressure cooker bubbles over here in Macau. Ellen Berdova rises back, but now Maja Zilovińska goes on to the long lap with the advantage as Ellen Berdova joins her on the long lap. And I think now she has to concede defeat to Maja Zilovińska unless the pole comes through for a mistake. Well, it's very dramatic stuff here, but Adela Pokorova and Melanie Janubova continue their charge, having completed both of their long laps in 3rd and 4th. So now as they come through, it will be the actual order of proceedings as Maja Zilovińska leads the way, and up at a 2nd comes Adela Pokorova. So Ellen Berdova is going to have to spend the next lap and a half catching up to Pokorova. Never mind Maja Zilovińska. What a dramatic turn of events in the junior girl final, and it's not over yet. We've still got 1 final lap to go here. But Berdova has fallen twice. Can she take on Adela Pokorova through the slalom and make her way through the 2nd? She's almost in the lead. She's got the lead. Oh, what a comeback from Berdova. She takes on Pokorova in the slalom and gets Maja Zilovińska as well. Absolutely extraordinary. So Maja Zilovińska has come through there. Oh no, sorry, that's Melanie Janubova, but she still takes on the move there from Adela Pokorova. So it is now Maja Zilovińska completing the 2nd long lap. So, 2nd place for Berdova. She took on Pokorova. But has she got time? I don't think she has to take on Maja Zilovińska. Berdova runs 2nd. So it's going to be a Polish victory after an amazing turn of events. The checkered flag flies. And Maja Zilovińska is the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau winner. The junior girl winner is Maja Zilovińska in the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. 2nd place for Ellen Berdova, a great fight back. And 3rd place for Adela Pokorova as Melanie Janubova will recover after another fall in the slalom. But after a dominant victory for Ellen Berdova in the qualifying heats, she finishes 2nd in the final. She is the new world champion, and she receives her congratulations from her teammate Adela Pokorova as the 2 Czech riders celebrate Ellen Berdova's amazing championship winning season. The 12-year-old is the world champion, but the 14-year-old Pole, Maja Zilovińska, is the winner of the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. So there's 2 winners in the top 2 positions. Maja Zilovińska wins the Grand Prix of Macau. But this lady, Ellen Berdova, is the new world champion. An amazing fight on the last lap there to get on the inside of Melina Janubova. That shows you her fighting spirit. She is the new world champion. But the Grand Prix winner here on Hansar Beach in Macau is her long-term rival for this week, Maja Żylewińska. They're both winners in the end then. Maja Żylewińska wins the Grand Prix, but we have a new world champion. Her name, Ellen Berdova. So Maja Żylewińska wins the Grand Prix, but Ellen Berdova is the new world champion in junior girl. And at the age of 12, that could be the first of 3. Third position for Adela Pokorova, and fourth place for Melanie Janubova. Emotional scenes already down here in the catchment area as the Apex pilots finally get to give Ellen Berdova her new Apex Pilots t-shirt. And it reads, Ellen Berdova, 2025 World Champion. A fantastic end to the season in junior girl as the 2 top riders from the season get to come away with some amazing accolades. Ellen Berdova is the new world champion. Maja Żylewińska wins the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. A fantastic way to start the finals as Alex Luke Schneider, team captain of the Apex Pilots, vaults Ellen Berdova onto his shoulders and carries the new junior girl champion aloft. Maja Żylewińska may have won the Grand Prix, but the world champion is Ellen Berdova. 12 years of age from Pardubice. Ellen Berdova, the new Czech superstar. Surely the records and the championships will come in years to come, but only 12 years of age, she is already the junior girl world champion. She's got 2 more years of the junior competition before she even considers stepping up into the Women's World Championship, and she could well be the first 3-time junior girl world champion. So far, she's got the first title. But what will anybody else be able to hold in terms of a candle to her next season? The celebrations have started for Apex Pilots as they receive their first world champion of the 2025 season. And it's thoroughly, thoroughly deserved for Ellen Berdova after a very competitive season indeed. Well, now we get ready for the start of the next final. It is the junior boys final. And we're going to have Stanislav Kohut on pole position from Oliver Wolf. Matthias Barvik, the new junior boy champion, in third position ahead of Maximilian Hruška. Sanhoy, Him Tang, and the Swede Ringo Remer completing the field. It'll be a very exciting battle in the junior boy final. So with everybody gearing themselves up, ready to go then in the junior boy final, it is great to see the next generation of competitive MotoSurf rider gearing up for a crack at the finals in MotoSurf here at Macau. 1 race down and 6 to go. And it is actually going to be very tight indeed between Kohut, Wolf and Barvik. All 3 boys have been absolutely amazing over the course of this weekend so far. Stanislav Kohut, the former EasyKart kart racer and motocross rider, occasionally races in the Ovali mini bike series as well. Basically, if it's fast, Stanislav Kohut is interested. And the 13-year-old from Praha goes off pole position for this junior boy final. Up alongside Oliver Wolf, the master tactician, who managed to come away with 2 undercut doubles in yesterday's fantastic qualifying heats. The 14-year-old from Brno, for the Autocentrum Viskov Czech talent squad, lining up second. And the new junior boy champion, the 14-year-old from Švýcarska, Matthias Barvik, looking forward to fight for supremacy in the Grand Prix. He's already clinched the World Championship title. Now he can go out there and have fun in his quest to win the Grand Prix of Macau. Well, Ellen Berdova is having a lovely debrief there after her junior girl World Championship run. Second in the final, along with her teammate Adela Pokorova. They'll collect the silverware tonight for both the Grand Prix of Macau and the championship season in our fantastic gala dinner tonight, where there's going to be celebration after celebration after celebration. It's going to be really exciting to witness all of the riders taking home their silverware after an absolutely euphoric season. 2025 has been one of the standout years for MotoSurf competition, if not the greatest season yet. From Fujairah in the UAE to Çeşme in Turkey, across to Italy at Manfredonia, to Croatia in Zadar, and here to Macau to close the season with the amazing break in between of the World Games in Chengdu. So here come the junior boys, getting themselves ready for an exciting contest. They are ready to get the command as the jet skis of the safety marshals are in position, ready to reset this bout for glory. And all of the contenders up at the sharp end know exactly what to expect from this very tricky course. And all of them, of course, want to be there at the pinnacle after a very tough race battle that awaits them on this course. 6 laps, 2 of which have to be long laps, but it will be a tough battle for supremacy. And so the junior boys head to the water for the last time this season. And it's going to be quite an incredible battle for supremacy in the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau for junior boy. The 4 top riders of the week will be together at the start of this epic encounter. Stanislav Kohut, Oliver Wolf, Matthias Barvik and Max Hruška. So all 7 of the competitors in the junior boy category take to the waves one last time, with the likes of Sanhoi Lok, Himtang Choi and Ringo Rimer joining them out on the course. No holds barred. It's going to be a very interesting battle to the end of the season. And of course, just because Matthias Barvik wins the World Championship, that does not necessarily mean he's going to win the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. In fact, here in Macau, he's actually got 2 riders to overtake if he wants to get the job done. 3rd position on the grid. So Stanislav Kohut guides the field around for the last time, with Oliver Wolf and Matthias Barvik in tow, Max Hruška in P4. Then it is Sanhoi Lok and Himtang Choi of Macau, with the last man in, Ringo Rimer of Sweden. 4 Czechs, 2 Macanese, and the Swede Ringo Rimer will battle for the junior boy MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. 6 laps around the course, 2 of which need to be long laps. So let's see what this incredible competition will give us. Stanislav Kohut is bringing the field around now. And so all of these incredible duels will come to a crescendo with these 7 amazing young warriors. Kohot, Wolf, Barvik, Hruska, San, Him, and Rimer. They're in the line, the flag is in the air, and for the last time in 2025, we will race in Junior Boy for the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. We wait for the command. It's going to be a long hold. We're going to go round again. The tension is unbearable, and yet we are going to go round for another formation start. Very tough stuff indeed then in Junior Boy. But we're certainly going to get a good show of it, the way these riders have been setting things up and preparing to get into the mindset and into the zone. We're going to have a very interesting charge forward as Stanislav Kohut, Oliver Wolf, Matthias Barvik and Max Hruska will lead the quartet of Czech riders around. Then Sanhoy, Himtang and Ringo Rimer of Sweden will set off after them in the hope that they can take some silverware away from the Junior Boy Grand Prix of Macau. The final race of the week, 6 laps of the course, 2 long laps. The new world champion Matthias Barvik starting back in P3 for this one. It's going to be tricky. He knows that much. But now we know exactly what the score is going to be as we launch forward. The flag is in the air. And the safety team are going to start this race. Off we go for the Junior Boy MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. And there's already an issue as dropping back. That's one of the Czech riders up at the sharp end losing ground. I can't tell if that's Hruska or Oliver Wolf. But already Kohot has got himself a very nice start indeed. And I wonder if that's Max Hruska, who's ended up dropping back in the pack. Certainly off the start, no problems at all for Stanislav Kohot. But is he going to be leading? I don't think he is. As they come off the slalom, I think it's going to be Oliver Wolf. So Wolf is your leader as they come through at the end of this particular slalom. So it's Oliver Wolf that leads the way after a brilliant start. Second place is Stan Kohot. And in third place, it is the 4 of Hruska. So it's Matthias Barvik who dropped to the back of the field initially. He's already worked his way back into 5th position behind Ringo Rimer. And the 2 riders from Macau, Himtang and Sanhoy, are trying their best to get back into contention as well now. Oh, and a big error, I'm afraid to say, for Himtang. So easily done in these treacherous waves. You've got to feel for Himtang as he drops it on Boy 2. Manages to recover, so it's not game over by any means. You've got to just keep fighting and keep pushing. And it's a character-building final race of the week on home water for both riders, Sanhoy and Himtang. But at the end of the second lap, Wolf is being caught here by Stanislav Kohot, who is not going to rest on the laurels of second place. He's going to push Oliver Wolf to see if he can force a mistake from his Czech rival. Out through Boy 5, through 6, and up to 7. Looks like Ringo Rimer has already taken his first long lap. So too did Max Hruska, by the way. And look at this, Wolf and Kohot are going to go on to the long lap together. So Stanislav Kohot clearly feeling that he can intimidate Oliver Wolf by being a real thorn in the side here. As meanwhile, Matthias Barvik goes through to take the lead here at Macau. He'll take his long laps a little later then. So Wolf is trying to get away here from Stanislav Kohot. They go together in the long lap. It's an interesting tactic for the 13-year-old from Praha to follow in behind Oliver Wolf, the 14-year-old from Brno. But as they go into the slalom, clearly it's all about gamesmanship and tactics as into the slalom we go. One of the riders is down in front of them. I think that's Ringo Rimer. So we'll double check. No, it's not. It's actually Max. It's one of the Macanese riders that's gone. I think that's Himtang. So Himtang has dropped it in the slalom. Oh, and it looks like a missed Boy there, unfortunately, for Sanhoy. So he's obviously finding it very physical out there. But the 2 leaders, Wolf and Kohot, are still very close indeed together. As onto the long lap goes Matthias Barvik. When he rejoins, is he going to be able to take himself back into the position up front? Well, certainly one of the riders from the Czech Republic has moved their way forward, but I'm not sure if that's Barvik or if that's the recovering Max Hruška. Max Hruška has done both of his long laps, and so too now has Ringo Rimer. And it looks as though both Wolf and Cohort are going to go onto the long lap together. There is Matthias Barvik taking over the lead of the race for the time being. But he's got another long lap to take. Down in the slalom, we've got Hruška down in the drink, and I think we've also got a problem there for Matthias Barvik. He recovers. But it's very tricky stuff at the moment. Oh, and off goes Barvik. Barvik's crashed out of the start-finish line. It's getting windy here, so the riders are starting to make errors. And we've still got a very tight run. Max Hruška and Ringo Rimer past the scene of Matthias Barvik, who looks like he's going to end his World Championship season in disappointment. But Matthias Barvik is going to try and pull clear now of Oliver Wolf and Stanislav Cohort. But of course, Barvik leads the race, but he needs to take his second long lap. The two riders behind have already done that. So they are the two battling for the victory. And with a lap and a half to go, Matthias Barvik will go on to the long lap for the second time. And so he'll leave it in the capable hands of his two championship rivals. So Stanislav Cohort follows Oliver Wolf as the riders make their way round onto the slalom for the penultimate time. One goes right, the other goes left. And so it is going to be Oliver Wolf versus Stanislav Cohort. And Wolf has the lead. Barvik is back down to third onto the second long lap. Hruška's already done his two long laps ahead of Rimer, San and him. So the last lap of the season, here we go, as Oliver Wolf is trying to hold on to this victory ahead of Stanislav Cohort. One final lap of the junior boys season, and the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau will be contested between these two. Through 4, up to 5, the right boy, 6, the left boy. Stanislav Cohort still with one final chance to get Oliver Wolf. He seems to be saving his best for last here. He really is eating up the white water. If he changes tack at the slalom, it's going to be an absolute split between the two. Cohort goes right, and it's going to be Wolf going left. So it's going to be one of those two that wins the Grand Prix of Macau, as into the water goes one of the Macanese riders. I think that is going to be Tan. But here comes Oliver Wolf. He takes the checkered flag. Oliver Wolf wins the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau from Stanislav Cohort. A brilliant victory for Oliver Wolf, and he will be absolutely delighted with that. A great battle between the two of them. Stanislav Cohort finishes up in second place, and coming through for third position will be the new world champion. Here comes Matthias Barvik. He ends the season third in Macau, but that's good enough to finish his world championship winning season. So it's a victory donut in the water for the number 2, Oliver Wolf. Stanislav Cohort celebrating as well. And Matthias Barvik has every reason to celebrate as he falls into the water. Matthias Barvik is the new junior boy world champion, and it's his teammate at Autocentrum Vyškov who gets the win in the Grand Prix. Oliver Wolf celebrating there with his teammate Max Hruška. And the junior boys get a nice final dousing in the waves of the South China Sea. And they return to Hansar Beach on the island of Colawane here in Macau after what has been a truly exemplary performance this week from Oliver Wolf, the Autocentrum Vyškov rider, getting it done in flamboyant style. He wins the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau from Stanislav Cohort. A brilliant ride from both men. But the world champion in junior boy is the 14-year-old from Brno. So an amazing end to a fantastic season. Oliver Wolf is the Grand Prix winner. But from Svačeka, Matthias Barvik of the Penta Racing team is the junior boy world champion for 2025. And he can finally get his hands on that trophy this evening in the gala dinner. So the season ends with different Grand Prix winners to the world champions in both junior categories. Maja Zilovińska wins the Macau Grand Prix for junior girl, but the junior girl world champion is Ellen Berdova. And here in junior boy, the Macau Grand Prix victory is sealed by Oliver Wolf from Stanislav Kohorts, but it's the man in third position, Matthias Barvik, who's the new world champion. An absolutely sensational end to a fantastic campaign in junior boy. Oliver Wolf wins the Macao Grand Prix of Macau. Stanislav Kohut is second from the new world champion, Matthias Barvik. Max Hrushka is fourth in front of Ringo de Meer, with Sanhoy and Him Tang coming home and finishing on their home event. Well, it's certainly been exciting stuff leading up to this point for the juniors, and they finished strong, but now we go into the last Masters race of the season. And the man who's been the dominant force of Masters, Kim Down, wants to end this season on a sizzling note. Can he get it done, or will it be his countryman, Kum Yong Bum, who takes him on? Here is the starting lineup for the Masters final, the Macao Grand Prix of Macau 2025. Kim Down and Kum Yong Bum, the first two men for Korea. Then Arkadiusz Janota for Poland. Michel Ular is fourth from Belgium's Jano Vankersbilk. Then Jiří Blahar of the Czech Republic from Jaime Hincache of Chile. Then it is Stanislav Gnichkin in front of Yunchun, Murat Yongachila, Abraham Tibor, and Eunji Chio Hong. So all of the competitors in the Masters final then gearing up for what promises to be a really exciting showdown. Kim Down is already the champion and he's on pole position for this one. But if I know Kum Yong Bum, the way he has been putting himself into position all week long, he really wants to get himself a crack at the Grand Prix. And so here in Macau, the two Korean superstars will go to battle. And of course, it's rather fitting that we still have two Koreans battling at the sharp end. This time last year, it was Kim Down and Kim Min-sung, who sadly was not able to compete this week due to an unfortunate illness striking him right at the last moment. And an absolutely sensational competition coming into these final laps of the season. But now we're going to get to see the Masters final. Kim Down, Kum Yong Bum, and Arkadiusz Janota leading the charge forward, with Michel Ular, Jano Vankersbilk, Jiří Blahar, and the Chilean Jaime Hincache being caught up by Stanislav Gnichkin, Yunchun, Murat Yongachila, Abraham Tibor, and it's wonderful to see the home favourite, Eunji Chio Hong, squeezing into the final in his home event. So now it's time to see whether Kim Down has what it takes to get a clean sweep of World Championship events here at Macau, or if it's going to be Kum Yong Bum who decides he's going to spoil the party for the new back-to-back Masters champion. Back into the water, go the competition. And Kum Yong Bum is making a statement here as the first one to the water. He wants it not left in any doubt at all that he's going to be pushing for the victory. All the qualifying heats lead up to this, the final. In the Masters category, it's the Macao Grand Prix of Macau. So we'll see what the riders can cook up here in this exciting conclusion to an amazing week. And it really has been sensational so far. Everybody's put on a fantastic display. So as the competition dials themselves up, ready for the Masters final, we're going to see an amazing showdown here. Kim Down and Kum Yong-bum, the two Korean superstars, running at the sharp end of the field. Arkadiusz Janoda, Michel Ular, Jano Vankersbilk and Yuri Blahar from Jaime Hunkache, Stanislav Ganichkin, Yun Chun. And then we have Murat Yogachila, Abraham Tibor and Unja Hong. So the riders dialing in for this Masters final, and it is going to be a very tough one. 10 laps of the course with 2 jokers. So we'll see if the competitors are able to make something of the new world champion Kim Down. He's certainly going to find it tricky off the launch. A lot of big opposition, but it will be very tricky indeed. Who is going to get the most of this? I'm going to see a very interesting and intriguing battle. And so now we're going to see a very difficult competition come to a conclusion. The Masters category is always hotly contested, but now it's all down to Kim Down. What is he going to be able to produce here? Can he disappear into the distance away from Kum Yong-bum? And what can Arkadiusz Janoda deliver? The 42-year-old from Poland having an amazing week, but it all comes down to this final bout. A chance to measure the best of the Masters up against the legend of the Masters. Kim Down leads the field along the shoreline. The flag will rise, and hopefully we'll be able to get under starters' orders fairly rapidly here in the Macau Grand Prix of Macau for the Masters. We're under starters' orders, and it's already a difficult start to the race for one of the Czech riders in the pack, who's already fallen off the toe of the rest of the field. But out in front, it is Kim Down, toe-to-toe with Arkadiusz Janoda. What a start from Janoda! And the Pole really wants to win this race. Kim Down is going to have to work hard here, as Kum Yong-bum is trying to come back in it. And Arkadiusz Janoda is the man who's giving chase to the South Korean sensation. So Kim Down leads the way from Arkadiusz Janoda, who really wants to take on the legend. So Kim Down leads the way. Second position is Arkadiusz Janoda. Third for Yuri Blahar, with Michel Ular in fourth position ahead of Vankersbilk and Kum Yong-bum down in P6. So everyone skillfully negotiates their way through the white water. Amazingly, everybody stays upright in the first part of the lap, but there's definitely going to be a few moments for a couple of the riders as they work their way through the white water. The waves and the wash unsettle the riders at the best of times, as into the long lap goes Jano Vankersbilk. And he's not the only one to do so. I think that's Ganichkin and Jaime Hunkache that also decide to go through. But certainly Kim Down and Arkadiusz Janoda running very well at the front end of the field here, pulling clear of Yuri Blahar in third. So long laps already for Vankersbilk, Ganichkin, Yun Chun and Unja Hong. So everybody putting on an excellent display so far, but certainly at the sharp end it's getting tight as Kim Down and Arkadiusz Janoda both elect to take the long lap here. And this is going to make things very competitive for the remainder of this flow in the Masters. Everybody just trying to stay in competition. Jano Vankersbilk being the first one to take the long lap. That's where he's trying to pitch it on the undercut. But 10 laps of racing in the Masters is incredibly brutal. Normally the Masters get 6 laps in the qualifying heats. So now they're going to have to stretch this out to 10 laps. Not everybody will make it to the finish, of course, in this very physically demanding race. But certainly for the moment, the race battle, which was led by Kum Yong-bum, is still led by him. He's the only one not to take the long lap so far amongst the top 6 from the first lap. Second place for Kim Down, then Janoda. And Abraham Tibor, I think, is now in front of Yuri Blahar. Yuri Blahar is trying to get out of the slalom in front of Jano Vankersbilk, who's made an error there on the way out of the slalom. So Vankersbilk comes through. So Tibor is in 4th position, but he has not yet taken either of his long laps. So there's already a little bit of catch-up to play out here as the number 6 of Yedi Blahar is trying to catch up to Abraham Tibor. And he's already stretching clear with Hinkachi and Ganichkin trying to close up on Jano Vankersbilk. Very tough riding all the way round at this moment in time. But now that Kim Yong-bum has gone onto the lead lap, he's working his way back. As the lead of the race is now Kim down once again. Arcadia Zunora is in 2nd position as the balance is restored from early doors. And up into 3rd position, it is a hard charging ride at the moment from Abraham Tibor. So Abraham Tibor is choosing not to take his long lap just yet. Oh, sorry, wait a minute. That is Abraham Tibor. He's actually following in the wash of Stanislav Ganichkin, who's already a lap adrift. So Jaime Hinkache, the Chilean, has got up into 4th position as Kim Yong-bum is really struggling here. And he's dueling away with Stanislav Ganichkin. He's actually lost out to him. So Ganichkin's got ahead of Kim Yong-bum. Something's not gone right for the Korean at all here. As Jano Vankersbilk has rejoined in 7th place ahead of Michel Hulard. So the battle for the victory up front, still very tightly mixed between the two men who have just come off the long lap for the 2nd time. Kim Down and Arcadia Zunora get the long laps out of the way. So now they can just focus on racing to the flag. So Kim Down and Arcadia Zunora are trying to get this race sorted out their way. Take the long laps early, then all you've got to do is focus on the race ahead. And for Kim Down, this is still a measure of discipline. He only comes through a couple of seconds ahead of Arcadia Zunora, but they're both behind Abraham Tibor and Kim Yong-bum because they haven't taken their 2nd long lap. In fact, Abraham Tibor hasn't even taken his 1st long lap yet. But it's definitely a really measured race at the moment. Arcadia Zunora running out a little bit wide as he gets caught in the traffic. Stuck in there, currently behind Stanislav Ganichkin, I think. As there goes the very talented Kim Yong-bum. 2nd position. And now goes on to the long lap. Here's Kim Down into the slalom once again. Doesn't need to take the long lap anymore. Kim Yong-bum taking it for the 2nd lap. But Kim Down is now going to come through, having actually taken the actual lead of the race, having caught up to and passed Abraham Tibor. And now Arcadia Zunora has done the same thing to the Hungarian. So he's come through, and there's not a lot that Abraham Tibor can do about it. He drops to 3rd position. But the race is definitely getting well and truly joined by the others. It looks like it's Jaime Hinkache that's going to be net 3rd place once Abraham Tibor comes in for his 2 long laps. And if I were Tibor, I'd get it over with now. But still, for Kim Down, his amazing season in 2025 is going to come to a victorious conclusion as the 42-year-old from Seoul in Korea having an amazing end to the season. So Kim Down working his magic here, the Masters champion for 24 and 25, 41 years of age. And Kim Down is just invincible. Perfectly judged at the moment in front of Arcadia Zunora, who really is riding the limits of what he can do. The 42-year-old for the Tensei MotoSurf team. Pushing hard here, the pole, to try and stay with Kim Down. There he is in the bottom of your screen. So there's not a lot in it. If Kim Down makes the mistake, Arcadia Zunora is right there to pounce on him. And it is still looking very evenly matched indeed, as Kim Down is on lap 8 out of 10. This is the most physically demanding race of them all, the longest. And on a course like this, it's going to be tricky, as Yedi Blahar has made the mistake and gone into the drink. So Yedi Blahar has got the error there in the final turn, and oh goodness me, Arcadia Zunora almost tripped over him. So Yedi Blahar gets to recover, but Kim Down has the advantage here over Arcadia Zunora, as the leading 2 riders are pulling well clear of everybody else. And for Kim Down, this is just a race of composure. Keep it smooth, keep it steady. And with a lap and a half to go, it's looking like Kim Down is going to spit and polish his amazing 2025 campaign in the perfect way. Out for the slalom. Kim Down continues to lead. Arkadiusz Janota in second place, and they've definitely saved their best rides for last, these two. Into the last lap then comes Kim Down, already the Masters champion for 2025, and he will secure it with an absolutely flamboyant end to his 2025 season, looking so tidy at buoy 3. Through 4, the left. Through 5, the right. And Kim Down really has been on fire this season. World champion in Masters 2024, world champion in Masters 2025, and now he'll dominate the season finale. The Macao Grand Prix of Macau was always a prize he had his eyes on. It really takes skill and determination to win on this very tricky course. But if anyone was going to get it done, it was going to be Kim Down. He signed his mark on this race as early as Friday in qualifying, but he finally gets the job done. Out of the final turn, Kim Down wins the Macao Grand Prix of Macau 2025. As second position goes the way of Arkadiusz Janota, not just in the Macau Grand Prix, but also in the Vice Championship of 2025. And so there are scenes down here on the ocean as the Rocket Racing superstar Kim Down celebrates with a giant flag. The Korean 41-year-old from Seoul was the Masters champion in 2024. Now he's the Masters champion in 2025 and the King of Macau to boot. Kim Down finishes his 2025 season as the master of the Masters. And as for Arkadiusz Janota, the MSWC MotoSurf team from Poland are celebrating in fantastic fashion. And I know that watching at home, daughter Rosalia is going to be very proud indeed of her father. What a great way to end the season. A shame she couldn't be here. But what a way to end this magnificent season as Arkadiusz Janota comes through for second place in both the race and the championship fight as far as my maths are concerned. It'll be confirmed later tonight, of course, but Kim Down is the King of Macau and the King of 2025 as well. A wonderful end to the season for Kim Down. He came out fighting with determination, but so too did the MSWC MotoSurf rider Arkadiusz Janota. And what a great show they all gave us. So Kim Down wins the Macao Grand Prix of Macau. He was already confirmed as the world champion. A wonderful way to send him off for 2025. Arkadiusz Janota second. Jaime Huncache finds the podium in the closing stages. A great fillet for the Chilean. Kim Yong-bum is fourth from Jano Vagasbilk and Yun Chun. From Abraham Tibor, who only got one of his long laps in the end. Stanislav Gonichkin, Murat Yogachila, Michel Lula, Yiri Blaha, and Andrew Cho Hong finishes on home turf. But of course, Kim Down has done exactly what he needed to do this 2025 season. He becomes the Masters World Champion and also takes the Macao Grand Prix of Macau in quick succession. Back-to-back world champion. An absolutely fantastic achievement. So we know the identities of our first three world champions. Ellen Bordova, Matthias Barvik, and Kim Down in junior girl, junior boy, and master. We also know the identity of our Macao Grand Prix of Macau winners in each of the three categories. Maya Zhulevinska, Oliver Wolf, and Kim Down. There are 4 finals to go and 4 world championships to confirm. We will have the stock rookie Merlin Plus, the women's, and the elite final. And then we will wrap up this season in magnificent style. The UIM MotoSurf World Championships have been sensational in 2025. From Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates to Çeşme in Turkey, then to a European doubleheader of Manfredonia in Italy and onto Zadar in Croatia. We now get to celebrate a breakthrough season for the sport that also saw MotoSurf make its World Games debut in Chengdu by concluding here on Hansar Beach on the Isle of Colquhoun in Macau, the Chinese Special Administrative Region on the South China Sea. And we have 4 epic finals to conclude the season, the first of which is the Stock Rookie Merlin Plus final. Here's the grid. David Kirchker on pole from Mike Michailidis, Adam Kolar, Lorenzo Tanda, Fares Ramadan, Mai Xiaoliang, Behej Yorgachila and Nikita Karpov. The 8 riders are ready to go to battle. 3 champions and Grand Prix winners are already confirmed in the junior girl, junior boy and masters classes, with Ellen Bodova, Matthias Barvik and Kim Down as the new world champions in the respective classes, and Maya Żuławska, Oliver Wolf and that man Kim Down again as the Grand Prix winners in each class. Now we battle for the Stock Rookie Merlin Plus class alongside the Stock Women's and Elite World Championship finales. Jake Sanson here in the commentary booth, 10 metres from the shore, ready to witness as you are the incredible showdown that awaits us. We start with Stock Rookie Merlin Plus with 4 riders in contention for the title. 15 points separate them, with 18 points to be won in the Macau Grand Prix of Macau, the final race of the season. It literally could go anybody's way. Fares Ramadan has 261 points. Mike Michailidis has 256, 5 less. David Kirchker has 253, 8 from the lead. Adam Kolar has 246, 15 from the lead. There are 18 points available, so it literally can go to anyone in the top 4 of this championship battle. And we are on the water, ready to go for glory. From pole position, it's going to be a very tough race to win, but everybody knows just how tricky it's going to be. David Kirchker will lead us off. The flag is in the air. When it drops, we will race for the title in the Rookie Stock Merlin Plus category. Are we going to go racing at Macau? We're going to have to hold on because it's a false start on this occasion. Wow, talk about pressure. For those who are watching for the first time, we've got 10 laps of racing around this layout on the South China Sea on the Hansar Beach coastline, overlooking Hong Kong in the distance. And the 8 riders who have made it this far in the Rookie Stock Merlin Plus class are going to be fighting for the title. 4 of them in the hunt for the championship. It really is going to be incredible to see how this plays out. Fares Ramadan is only 5 points ahead of Mike Michailidis. The Kuwaiti and the Cypriot battling away with the likes of Adam Kolar and David Kirchker for the championship title. But it couldn't be closer at the tail end of what's already been a phenomenally impressive season. And so now we come down to the final showdown. Who is going to be the world champion and who is going to win the Macau Grand Prix? They could be 2 very different answers, of course. But the 4 men quest for the world championship: Fares Ramadan, Mike Michailidis, Adam Kolar and David Kirchker. Any one of them can win. If you crash out and do not finish, you score no points. 18 points available for the win, so it's game on for the championship title. 4 men separated by 15 points, and we get ready to race for the last time this season as the Macau Grand Prix in the Rookie Merlin Plus class gets underway. And Mike Michailidis is trying to charge forward and get himself at a second place early doors. He's done so. The Cypriot is there, as there's already a big pressure cooker brewing behind them as the riders quest for the first slalom. But David Kirchker has got himself a perfect mission. Adam Kolar up in the 3rd position as well. Already some big moves as the contenders are starting to work their magic. It'll be very tricky to see how it concludes, but now the riders know just how tricky it's going to get. As out in 1st position, we've got ourselves a battle. Kirchker leads. Fares Ramadan is now up to 2nd place. So the champion-elect is pushing his way further forward. 3rd position is Mike Michailidis in front of Adam Kolar. So the top 4 men in this race are the top 4 men in the championship. The Monza Monster is in 5th position. Lorenzo Tanda ahead of Behej Yorgachila, Nikita Karpov and Mai Xiaoliang. So it's already a very tough race out of the starting blocks, and Collard and Tanda have decided to go for broke early and go for the long lap. Keeping an eye on the top three in the slalom. It's already very tight indeed, but David Kuchka holds the lead of this race, looking good for 18 points. Fares Ramadan is looking good for 14, and Mike Michailidis is looking good for 11. And that would be enough to seal the World Championship for Fares Ramadan, even if David Kuchka won the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. So they work their way through the boys in the second lap of this rotation. Into lap 3. And so far, so good. As into the long lap goes David Kuchka. But both Fares Ramadan and I think that is Mautsia Liam decide to continue on onto the slalom as Mike Michailidis goes for the undercut of the long lap. If the Cypriot can get one over on Fares Ramadan, then he can change the face of this championship. He's 5 points back. So to win this championship, he needs to win the final and hope that Fares Ramadan finishes third or lower. Or he needs to outscore Fares Ramadan by 6 championship points. Either way would do. But that is so much easier said than done when you've got 4 fierce competitors to go up against. And don't forget that Adam Collard needs to outscore Fares Ramadan by 9 points and Mike Michailidis by 4. So it is really, really tight. David Kuchka has the outside chance to win this championship, but he has to win the race. So he is setting out to do just that. It's definitely a very exciting challenge. Collard, needs to win the race. He's 15 points back. But so far, the 15-year-old is finding it tough going. The youngest of the title contenders, and it's certainly not easy to pick his way around this course. So, for Fares Ramadan, who has yet to go on to his first long lap, he's just trying to build up the lead. The Q80 going well. Second position at the moment for David Kuchka. Then it is Mike Michailidis, and then Nikita Karpov, who have all taken their first long lap. And there's an issue as down goes Mike Xiaoliam. Adam Collard is able to take avoiding action. So a little trip up into the wash there. And that's a big problem as out in first position. I think we've got an issue. Is that Fares Ramadan? Has he gone into the drink? I'm trying to see who that is, trying to recover. No, it's not Fares Ramadan. Thank goodness for that. Ramadan is making his way out of the long lap. And I think that was Nikita Karpov actually getting it wrong there on the far side. So Fares Ramadan has come out of the long lap and he leads the way still. There is the hard-charging David Kuchka. He takes back the lead of the race, but Michailidis has beaten Fares Ramadan out of the slalom. So where is Fares Ramadan? Now he has gone into the water. So Fares Ramadan has had to recover after falling into the slalom water. Now, how far back has he gone? This is going to be critical. Michailidis is currently second on 14 points. Fares Ramadan is down to third on 11 points. That's still enough for Fares Ramadan to be champion. But if Michailidis gets ahead of David Kuchka, then he will become the world champion. It really is tight at the halfway point. So if David Kuchka gets this wrong and Mike Michailidis gets ahead of him, it's going to be very tight as Fares Ramadan goes on to the long lap. He was looking good to be champion. Technically, he still is, but he's only going to win it by 2 points if it stays like this. Mike Michailidis can make the bid and close up on David Kuchka. If Michailidis can catch Kuchka and get ahead, he'll be the world champion. So the 18-year-old from Cyprus is giving it everything he's got. A fabulous performance from Mike Michailidis as we watch Fares Ramadan go back onto the course. There goes David Kuchka into the long lap. And it looks as though Mike Michailidis is going to go with him. So Michailidis has already dealt with Fares Ramadan, but now he's got to hope that he can get on terms with David Kuchka and force a mistake from the race leader. But David Kuchka has been dominant in every single race he started so far this week. The 17-year-old from Valtice in the Czech Republic looking so confident. And so David Kuchka exits the long lap for the second and final time as he now comes through on the end of lap 7 through the slalom. And Mike Michailidis also exits the slalom, but he's doing a grand job because he's put it into second position. And he's chasing down Kuchka! Kuchka goes into the water! Kuchka's gone down in the slalom! And Mike Michailidis will get past him, surely! Mike Michailidis is riding behind Kuchka, but Michailidis is trying to come around the outside. He's made it! Mike Michailidis takes the lead from Kuchka. The impossible has just occurred for Michailidis. Oh my goodness me! Mike Michailidis has got ahead of David Kuchka and Faz Ramadan. So when Adam Kolar comes through, it's going to be fascinating to see. Well, Adam Kolar went early on the double run, so I think this is going to be a tough one to call. If Adam Kolar is the new race leader, which he is, and it says here he's completed both of his long laps, so Kolar can come through and take the win. That's going to be 18 points. It'll be 14 points for Michailidis. It'll be 11 points for David Kuchka, and it'll be 9 points for Faris Ramadan. They will end the season in a dead heat. I cannot believe it. So Michailidis wants to put it to bed. He's going to try and close in on Adam Kolar. But we've still got 2 laps to go. It's not over yet. Mike Michailidis still working hard here. What's happened to Faris Ramadan? He's fallen behind Tanda. That's going to be the championship by 1 point. If Faris Ramadan stays behind Lorenzo Tanda, Mike Michailidis will be the world champion by 1 point. Who could have thought it would be as dramatic as this? Adam Kolar goes into the final lap. He looks good to win the UIM MotoSurf Macau Grand Prix of Macau, but in second place, the 18-year-old from Cyprus, Mike Michailidis, has turned his fortunes around, and it looks to me as though he's going to get it done. Faris Ramadan has got to catch and pass Lorenzo Tanda, but the monster from Monza is having an amazing ride here. 4th position for the Italian stallion, and Faris Ramadan is doing everything he can to catch up to him. As a tumble comes the way of David Kuchka. He gets back up, but out in front, it is going to be victory for Adam Kolar. He will win the Macau Grand Prix. He takes it, and in second place, Mike Michailidis will be the world champion. He doesn't know it yet. 3rd position for Adam Kolar. 4th position will be Lorenzo Tanda. Here comes Tanda across the line. Michailidis doesn't know his fate yet. Tanda is 4th. He's the world champion. Mike Michailidis has become the world champion of 2025 by 1 point. I cannot believe it. An amazing end to a heroic season. Mike Michailidis outscores Faris Ramadan by 6 points. He wins the World Championship by just 1 point. Oh my goodness. Mike Michailidis, the most unlikely man to come through this all. He is 2nd. Ramadan is P5. And by 6 points scored, Michailidis has just done the math. He now realizes his ambition. The 18-year-old from Cyprus is the new stock rookie Merlin Plus world champion. What a performance as he embraces his rival Faris Ramadan. It was so close at the end of the season, but Mike Michailidis has become world champion by just 1 solitary point. After an entire season of battling, Adam Kolar is the Macau Grand Prix winner. He does it by 4 seconds to Mike Michailidis. But with Kuchka in 3rd, Tanda in 4th, and Faris Ramadan slumping to a disappointing P5, it is Michailidis who wins the championship by 1 point. Yogachila 6th from Mai and Karpov. Motorsport is a very tough battle. MotoSurf even more so. But the world champion is the Cypriot, Mike Michailidis. I am so baffled by how that changed so quickly. Championships are won and lost on the turn of a dial. And once Fahaz Ramadan lost ground and the fall in the slalom, the pendulum shifted in the favour of the Super Cypriot. An amazing performance from the Seawolf Watersports Force 8 rider from Limassol in Cyprus. He is the new world champion in stock rookie Merlin Plus. Absolutely incredible. He can't believe it. It's too much to take in as he embraces Alex Lukscheider. An absolutely incredible scene down here on Hansar Beach on the island of Coleraine. The 18-year-old from Limassol will remember this for the rest of his life. Mike Michailidis is the new stock rookie Merlin Plus world champion by just 1 point. Absolutely incredible. His mother and father have flown out from Cyprus to be here to support him on. And it's a fairy tale, an absolute fairy tale for the 18-year-old from Limassol in Cyprus. Who could have predicted that going in? It was always going to be tough to beat Fahaz Ramadan in a straight fight, especially when Ramadan got ahead of him in the opening lap. But unbelievable scenes. That final is the absolute advert for why UIM MotoSurf is one of the toughest, roughest, most unbelievable forms of aquatic sport in the world. And here is your new world champion celebrating in style. He can't quite believe what he's done. And he becomes world champion by a single point. You've got to feel for Fahaz Ramadan. The Kuwaiti is so dejected, I'm sure. To lose it by so narrow a margin is cruel. But that's racing for you. He will come back. He will fight again in 2025 for sure. And look at that. They embrace. Fahaz Ramadan embraces Michael Michailidis. Now we go to the Stock World Championship finale, the Macao Grand Prix of Macau. Pole position for China's Zhang Maoshu, ahead of the new world champion, Anthony Squire. He got that secured yesterday, the man from Charlotte in North Carolina. Then Jan Travnicek from Jinshulin, Feng Chunghao of China, and Kim Down, the man who became the Masters champion. Damian Kadlec, Hassan Bouabas, Adam Janusek, Kim Min-jun, and then Alexander Lana and the Turkish rider Ismail Kaptanoglu. Well, on the shoreline, everybody is really enjoying the scenes here as Mike Michailidis of Cyprus realizes what he's done. He is definitely the first man from Cyprus to win a world championship in MotoSurf, and it couldn't have been more dramatic if you'd asked it to be. Absolutely incredible. The championship changed hands more than once over the course of that race. Michailidis was looking good to get the job done, but on the opening lap, Fahaz Ramadan got ahead of him. And then the mistake came from the Kuwaiti. He's not been feeling well this weekend. He's really had to dig deep and find the best out of himself. But you have to support him and give him an amazing amount of credence for what he has tried to achieve here. He misses out by just 1 point, but he has heroically fought for this championship right down to the wire. And so Mike Michailidis becomes the world champion by just 1 point. Well, we're not done yet because we still have 3 races to go here. The Stock World Championship is going to see a heroic end to the season. The World Championship may have been crowned already yesterday. That went the way of the man from Charlotte in North Carolina, Anthony Squire, born in South Africa and raised in the United States. He is an amazing exponent of the sport, 3 times North American champion, represented his nation in the Nations Cup at the inaugural World Games for MotoSurf in Chengdu this summer, alongside the 17-year-old flying mermaid of the United States, Anna Burke. But what about Anthony Squire here? Since Croatia, he's been untouchable. He has won everything he started since Heat 1 at Croatia. Now, Anthony Squire has got the toughest mission of his weekend. He wants to win the Macao Grand Prix of Macau to finish his World Championship winning season in victorious fashion. But there's at least one man he's got to beat to turn one. Zhang Maozhu, the 24-year-old from China. Then it is Jan Travnicek, along with Jin Shulin, Feng Shenghao, and Kim Down, the Masters champion. Damian Kadlec, Hassan Bouabas, the other superstar from Kuwait. And then Adam Janusek, Kim In-jun, the Swede Alexander Lanner, and the Turkish rider Ismail Kaptanoglu. As all of the riders get themselves warmed up and dialed in for the Stock World Championship. Now, for those who are wondering why it's called the Stock World Championship, well, it's perfectly simple. You buy the board, the MotoSurf, out of the box, and you do nothing to it at all. You take it to the ocean and you race it. The sport that was born in the Czech Republic, which is why we got so many riders from the Czech Republic in this category, on the lakes of Brno. And now it's getting so much more popular worldwide, particularly after the inaugural appearance of MotoSurf in the World Games at Chengdu in 2025. Hopefully the competition will return in Germany 2029. But in a season that's seen some amazing performances from some amazing competitors, both in the World Games and in the UIM MotoSurf World Championship, it's all coming to a crescendo here as the Stock World Championship was clinched yesterday in the qualifying heats by Anthony Squire. You can't win them all in the last race of the season, but you can certainly go for the Macau Grand Prix of Macau. That would be a wonderful way to end the season for Anthony Squire. He certainly won the Croatian Grand Prix at Zadar last month. So now it's time to see if he can win the Macau Grand Prix of Macau, or will it be the Chinese rider Zhang Maozhu that takes it from him? He's going to be light off the start. And Anthony Squire has already told me his strategy coming into this one. I'm not going to reveal it, but he knows exactly how he thinks he can get this done. Then Travnicek, Jin, Feng, Kim, Kadlec, Bouabas, Janusek, Kim, Lanner and Kaptanoglu as the 12 top riders from the Stock World Championship here in Macau will go to battle. Zhang Maozhu leads them in the line, and as the flag raises from the jet ski, from the safety marshal, we will race if we get the all clear. Let's race in the Stock World Championship in Macau. A great start from Zhang Maozhu, and it looks as though Anthony Squire is going to have to try and follow him in pursuit and also hold back Jan Travnicek. Squire gets out slightly wide at the slalom, but he goes right. Sorry, he goes left as Zhang Maozhu goes right. So if Anthony Squire can get this worked out in his favour, he might be able to get out of the slalom first. He's working at it. They're going to come side by side. Oh, Zhang Maozhu! Zhang Maozhu's down! Zhang Maozhu falls down in the white water, side by side with Anthony Squire. And so the American takes the lead. The mistake comes on the first side-by-side boy, and it's Zhang Maozhu who's gone down again. Twice now Zhang Maozhu has made the error on the opening tour, from pole position down to the back, as Anthony Squire rolls up his sleeve, and the Mammoth Leviathan has taken advantage in the Stock World Championship final, the Macau Grand Prix of Macau. Well, I wonder if we'll get a chance to see that again, because it was so tight between the two men at the end of the slalom. There was millimeters between them, and with the white water taking underneath the board, it was Zhang Maozhu who ended up making the mistake. Here is the replay. So Squire coming through around the outside, and Zhang Maozhu washes out. Nobody would have expected Zhang Maozhu to get that wrong. He's been ice cool all week, but Anthony Squire forced him into the error. And so now the 29-year-old from Charlotte in North Carolina can win this race going away. He's on the long lap, on lap 3. 10 laps of racing in the Stock World Championship finale, the Macau Grand Prix of Macau. And everybody knew that Anthony Squire was going to need to dig deep and fight if he wanted to win this final. Boy, did he bring the boxing gloves to the South China Sea. So Anthony Squire working his way through into the slalom. This is exactly what he wrote in his own script in his mind. Currently, Hassan Bouabas leads the way from Zhang Maozhu, but that's because neither of them has taken their long lap. Zhang Maozhu is desperately trying to catch up to Hassan Bouabas as they come out of Buoy 7. Now, is either of them going to go on to the long lap this time by? Yes, Zhang Maozhu decides it's time to do so. Now, Anthony Squire has actually come out of the long lap behind the Chinese driver, Jin Shulin. So it's not as clear-cut as Anthony Squire thought it was. He's not just got one Chinese rider to face against, he's got two, because Jin Shulin has got out in front of him from the first long lap. So out through the slalom on lap number 4. Hassan Bouabas leads the way because Zhang Maozhu went for the long lap this time. Jin Shulin is now in second. Third is Anthony Squire. So Anthony Squire needs to win this race by hoodwinking Jin Shulin on the second long lap. But the Chinese rider is going beautifully. The number 4, Jin Shulin, is your leader. There is the number 3, Jan Travnicek. The number 7, Damian Kadlic, is just in front of him. As there's the leader, Jin Shulin. Hassan Bouabas goes on to his first long lap. And so Jin Shulin takes back the lead of the race. Oh no, sorry, Hassan Bouabas has stayed out. So Hassan Bouabas completes 5 laps of racing, but has not yet come in for his long lap appearance. So Jin Shulin, riding a very calm race indeed here, comes out through the slalom as Anthony Squire has to go parallel to Damian Kadlic. They are dueling for third position behind the ever-charging Jin Shulin. But this is not over yet. Hassan Bouabas now on the long lap. He's made an error. Hassan Bouabas has made a big mistake on the long lap, so that's going to cost him some time. And Jin Shulin goes on to the long lap as well. So does Squire, so does Kadlic. So they're just trying to get the long lap out of the way early then. But Hassan Bouabas needs to do it a second time. For Jin Shulin, Anthony Squire and Damian Kadlic, they are all on their second long lap. So Hassan Bouabas cuts back into the fray. And the race leader is now Kim Down. The Masters World Champion is leading the way with only 1 long lap completed from Hassan Bouabas, who also has 1 long lap completed. So what can Kim Down do to turn the tables? Don't forget, this is where he tends to come good. He's got the stamina to work his way back into contention. So don't rule out Kim Down. If he can push this in the latter stages and leave the long lap till last, then Kim Down could take the Macau Grand Prix victory after all. Hassan Bouabas is mixing it with Jin Shulin, and Jin Shulin's been held up. Well, Feng Zhenghao has managed to get ahead of Anthony Squire as well after the double long lap. So Squire is going to be lucky to finish in the top 3 of this Macau Grand Prix. It's not quite gone the way Anthony Squire was hoping. So he's got to hope for a mistake or two in the Stock World Championship field. Hassan Bouabas goes on to the long lap for the second time. And that is a fall once again for Zhang Maozhu. A third fall in this race for the man who started from pole position. You have got to feel for him. All the nerves bubbled over in him, and it's crumbled around him. As meanwhile, there is Anthony Squire, the newly crowned world champion, trying to work himself back into the top 3, but it's so difficult on this course. It's ridiculously physical here at Macau. And so he's got to try and work his way back, but it doesn't matter as far as the World Championship is concerned. He won't lose it. But Anthony Squire really wanted to end the season with a trophy here in Macau. He'll take the championship trophy. But now we wait to see if Kim Down has got the longevity to take this championship race away. So Kim Down, not yet on the second long lap. Jin Shulin in second place. Third is Feng Zhenghao. And then it's Anthony Squire in 4th position. So how much time does Kim Down think he's going to lose? by going on to the long lap for the second and final time. Well, Kim Down is going to come through and complete the lap. He gets the last lap signal. And so Kim Down now goes into the final lap, but he's got to take the long lap on this one. Otherwise, he will not be classified as a finisher. And it looks like Alexander Lanner has gone down at buoy 6. So here's Kim Down working his way forward. He's got to take the long lap. He's only done it once. So Kim Down now goes on to the long lap. He saved his best for last. And so now it's all down to whether the Korean can stretch out the gap over Jin Shulin. The answer is no, he can't. Jin Shulin pulls clear. So it's going to be a very unexpected victory for the man who started in 4th position. The Chinese rider has been immaculate. He's in the slalom for the last time. And it's going to be a Chinese 1-2 as Jin Shulin is going to come through for victory out of the slalom for the last time. Here comes the checkered flag. Jin Shulin is victorious here in Macau. Absolutely amazing race from Jin Shulin. And in the final bend, it's a washout. It's second place for Feng Hao. He's got to get it going again. Kim Down is going to get there. Second for Kim Down. And third for Feng Hao, just ahead of Anthony Squire. Oh my goodness. Feng Hao is devastated to lose second place in the final corner of the final lap. And Anthony Squire will finish just off the podium in 4th position. But I'm sure right now he doesn't care, because Anthony Squire will be the 2025 Stock World Champion, the first ever American to do so. And so it's an unlikely but very deserving victory in the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau for Jin Shulin of China. A fabulous result and an amazing ride for one of the underdogs in this final. He raises the flag of China aloft as Jin Shulin is the winner here in the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. But there's a flag on the lap of honor for the first ever American to win a UIM MotoSurf World Championship title. The 29-year-old Anthony Squire is the Stock World Champion. So here is how Jin Shulin triumphed through the difficulties of adversity. He certainly made it look difficult. And look at this amazing last lap maneuver on the run to the checkered flag. Jin Shulin, a fabulous victory. Excellent result. He is the winner of the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. But Anthony Squire is the new Stock World Champion. A win for China, and it looks like Jin Shulin is going to go back onto the water to celebrate with the flag of the People's Republic of China. An absolutely amazing end to the season as Jin Shulin bags the most unlikely victory in the final here of the Stock World Championship. The MACAO Grand Prix of Macau belongs to Jin Shulin. What a result for the Chinese ace. Such an incredible ride from 4th position on the start line. It is almost impossible to win a final from there because you've got so many problems in your path. But Jin Shulin knew something we didn't know. He wanted it more than anybody else. So he pirouettes for a wet donut on the shoreline here at Hansar Beach on the Isle of Coleraine. And he'll remember this one for the rest of his career. The Stock World Championship is so hotly competitive. A thoroughly deserved victory in the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. So the provisional results then. Jin Shulin taking the victory after an amazing bout. Kim Down, what a comeback to be second place. The champion in the Masters comes home second. And a bitterly frustrated Feng Hao, who was second, but fell on the final corner of the final lap. He comes through in third. just a whisker in front of the new world champion, Anthony Squire. So there are cheers on the home straight as Jin Shulin celebrates winning the Grand Prix of Macau. But it's the Star-Spangled Banner that will wave triumphantly on the pit straight as Anthony Squire becomes America's first ever UIM MotoSurf world champion in the stock class. An amazing race. 10 laps of the course and a fearless battle. Jin Shulin is your race winner in the Macau Grand Prix of Macau. Kim down in second place from Feng Hao. Then Anthony Squire in P4 ahead of Jan Travnicek. Then Adam Janisek ahead of Damian Kadlic, Alexander Lana, Hassan Bouabas, and then Zhang Maozhou. You've got to feel for Zhang Maozhou from pole position. He looked the favourite to win this one, and he comes home in 10th after 3 consecutive falls. Kim in June 11th and Ismail Kaptanoglu in 12th place. But if you thought that was exciting and if you thought that was dramatic, you ain't seen nothing yet. We're about to wrap up the toughest Women's World Championship battle in recent history. 3 riders can still be world champion. Aneta Stukalova leads the championship race by 1 point to the reigning world champion Eliska Matuskova. But if the two of them fail to finish for whatever reason, and Sada Zubarova, the rider on pole position, takes the victory, she could be world champion herself. I cannot believe that after 5 intense weekends of racing, it comes down to a showdown like this. So the 15-year-old Sada Zubarova, in her first full season of the Women's World Championship, has done everything she possibly can to win this championship. She's the underdog here. She's 15 points back, but if she wins and her 2 main rivals don't finish, then Sada Zubarova could still yet become the world champion. But in reality, it's looking like a showdown, a face-off between Aneta Stukalova and Eliska Matuskova. They start second and third. Whoever beats the other will be the new world champion. What a way to end the Women's World Championship season. Wonderful scenes down here in pit lane as Anthony Squire takes the World Championship trophy in the Stock World Championship battle. He's had so much bad luck over the last 18 months. He didn't need luck today. He wrote his own destiny yesterday in the qualifying heats. Finishes 4th in the final. But you know what? I don't think he cares. There's nothing like being a world champion. And Anthony Squire will remember this for the rest of his career. He may have lost the Grand Prix, but he is the newest world champion from the United States in aquatic sports. And what an opportunity now for him to build upon this legacy heading into 2026. This was not a lucky world championship. This was hard fought with sheer grit and determination and an incredible, intense work ethic. A very deserving world championship title. Right, I hope you've got a good seat, because in the Women's World Championship, you're only going to need the edge of it. Aneta Stukalova, double world champion, 21 years of age for the Matec racing team, versus the reigning world champion, Eliska Matuskova, Women's World Champion 2024, and the first ever women's gold medalist in MotoSurf in the World Games at Chengdu earlier this summer. She was also the youngest ever world champion last year at the tender age of 16. But can she get the job done for a second year in a row? To do it, she's got to beat Aneta Stukalova in a straight fight. And both riders will want to win and will definitely bring their A game to the table. If they clatter into each other, all bets are off. So this could be another nail-biting conclusion to this incredible season. Here are the starting positions. Sada Zubarova, the underdog, pole position. Eliska Matuskova is 1 place ahead of Aneta Stukalova. If it ends like this, Matuskova will take the championship. Chajin is 4th from Emma Struchalova. Then Barbara Kodorova from Gao Jiayin and Elizabeta Vaitova. Linda Lukscheider, Leon Jin, Miki Tori, and Sara Volfova. Eliska Matuskova came into this weekend 9 points adrift in the championship. Across the qualifying heats, she's managed to pull back 8 of those points. So now she's only a point behind Aneta Stukalova. She will be the number 2. There is Aneta Stukalova, the number 3. She is the championship leader. But will this be the final time she can say that? Or will she clinch her 3rd World Championship title? Into the drink goes Gao Jiayin as she prepares for battle out on the course. And we're going to see some great performances from the other competitors in the fray. There is Leon Jin, the 38-year-old from Seoul in Korea, wearing the special limited edition Apex Pilots jersey for this Macau Grand Prix finale. Normally they race in white and gold, but they've gone full Sam Sparrow for this finale. It's black and gold for the Apex Pilots now. So Sara Zubarova, pole position. She has to win to stand any chance at all of becoming the Women's World Champion. But she's got to hope that for Stukalova and Matuskova, it's a nightmare and neither finish. But for Matuskova and Stukalova, whoever beats the other will become the 2025 Women's World Champion. Bring it on. Zubarova, Matuskova, Stukalova, from Chai, Struchalova, Babanova, Gal, Vaitova, Lukscheider, Lee, Tori and Volfova. The flag drops. Let's race for the Women's World Championship in Macau. A perfect start for Zubarova and a fairly decent one for Matuskova as well. But Stukalova is still in the hunt, and so is Struchalova as they run through on the far side. It's a fantastic start for Sara Zubarova. She needs to win to be world champion, and she's going about it exactly as she needs to. Matuskova and Stukalova are taking on the challenge. So Sara Zubarova exits the slalom, parallel nearly to Matuskova, as Eliska Matuskova really starts to dig deep and finds the pressure on the 15-year-old from Slovakia. So Zubarova leads the way. Matuskova 2nd, Stukalova is 3rd. Then it's Emma Struchalova, who's managed to get ahead of Chajin. Then Gao, Kodorova, Vaitova. And still the battles rage as everybody knows how tricky it's going to be from this point onwards. Zubarova and Matuskova go back into the slalom as now Aneta Stukalova decides, right, tactics. I'm going to go into the long lap. So Aneta Stukalova takes Emma Struchalova along for the ride as Zubarova from Slovakia leads the way. Eliska Matuskova really working hard here. If she follows Sara Zubarova home, then it will be enough to be world champion. But she cannot afford to let Aneta Stukalova get inside her head. Through the first couple of boys of the lap, Zubarova running well. Matuskova running good in 2nd, and Zubarova is going to go on to the long lap, and Matuskova goes with her. She's clearly decided all I've got to do is stick like glue to Zubarova, and the job is done. But Aneta Stukalova is doing everything she can to make it happen. So Aneta Stukalova continues in on the course. Zubarova and Matuskova both on the long lap. Matuskova doesn't need to get ahead of Zubarova, she just needs to stay with her. And as they exit the long lap, Zubarova still leads Matuskova, and Aneta Stukalova has not been able to overhaul them yet. So into the long lap we go a 2nd time, later on in this race. For the moment though, it's Zubarova, Matuskova and Stukalova. The race leader currently is the Japanese rider Miki Tori, who's got 2 long laps to navigate. So when Miki Tori goes onto the long lap for the first time, it will be back to the way it was. Zubarova leading Matuskova and Stukalova. 3 perfectly fantastic young athletes here. The 15-year-old Sara Zubarova from Slovakia. The reigning world champion Eliska Matuskova, the youngest ever world champion last year at the age of 16. She's now 17 and a gold medalist in Chengdu. And the third lady in the equation, Aneta Stukalova, former double world champion, now 21. She goes into the long lap. She's had a season plagued with injury, but it all came good in Croatia to set up a 9-point advantage. Here in Macau, she's just thrown caution to the winds, and she's pushing with everything she's got. So Zubarova still leads Matuskova, but Matuskova is having a little bit of pressure here from the hard charging Barbara Kolarova. She's just managed to put a lap on her. Kolarova has gone on to the long lap twice already, as two now as Aneta Stukalova. Zubarova's going for the long lap for the second and final time this season. And so too with her goes Eliska Matuskova. So this is all now down to Aneta Stukalova. She's got to try and find something special here, but she's got traffic to deal with in front of her. That is Miki Tori, I believe, already locked in the battle with Korea's Lee Eun-jin. And Miki Tori gets out of the way of Aneta Stukalova. She doesn't want to impede upon this World Championship fight. Zubarova comes out of the long lap. She's still leading. And second place, a very strong run for Eliska Matuskova as Lee Eun-jin waves Aneta Stukalova by. She doesn't want to mess up this World Championship either. Go on, Aneta. Go get him, says Lee Eun-jin. But Zubarova leads it. Matuskova second and Stukalova third. But Chai Jin has come out of the long lap, comparable to Aneta Stukalova as well. So Stukalova needs to try and get ahead of Chai Jin, but she's not managed it. Chai Jin is through in a third position, and that surely puts the World Championship in the hands of Eliska Matuskova. We have completed 5 laps, and it's all now down to stamina. They've got 9 laps of racing to complete. We're on lap number 6. And surely now it's all about Sada Zubarova and Eliska Matuskova staying hungry. And Aneta Stukalova is pushing hard to try and close up on Chai Jin. Remember, if you don't finish this race, you end up with no points at all. So you've got to keep your stamina up. Sada Zubarova leads this race. Second position for Eliska Matuskova. There she is, the reigning world champion, and looking likely to win the champion again. Who's that that's gone? It's Chai Jin! Chai Jin was third. So Aneta Stukalova gets back into third position. That's going to ramp up the pressure on Eliska Matuskova. So Aneta Stukalova is back into third place at the expense of Chai Jin. She gets going again. And Emma Struchalova is trying to close up now because she finds herself in the toe of Gao Jiayin. So Gao Jiayin is up to fourth. Aneta Stukalova is having a little bit of pressure here, trying to find her way past Miki Tori. But it looks like it's going to be a victory for Sada Zubarova. She goes into lap number 8. 7 completed, 2 to go. Eliska Matuskova is in second place. And Aneta Stukalova is charging hard here for third position, as Lee Eun-jin gets out of the way of Aneta Stukalova and allows her the chance to push for the top spot. Lee Eun-jin is here to race and enjoy herself. She's not in it to be world champion. But Aneta Stukalova truly, truly is up in the third place. She's hoping that there's a mistake from one of the leaders. But the 15-year-old Leviathan, Sada Zubarova, is proving to be an amazing rookie in her fledgling year as a senior Women's World Championship rider. And so Sada Zubarova from Kostoviaska for the MotoSurf Zabora team goes into the final lap. She knew that she had to win this race to stand any chance of becoming world champion, but she also knew it was out of her hands to an extent because it was all down to Matuskova and Stukalova. What they did was what was really going to count, and Matuskova runs second ahead of Stukalova. She was a point behind. She's going to be 2 points ahead if it stays like this. She's turned this World Championship around in 3 unbelievable days at Macau. Here comes Sada Zubarova out of the slalom for the last time. She's got an amazing future ahead of her. She will be a Women's World Champion one day, but Sada Zubarova wins the Macau Grand Prix. She is delighted, and behind her, Eliska Matuskova is the double world champion. What a comeback from Aneta Stukalova, but Eliska Matuskova has become the world champion. Stukalova comes home in third. It was such a tough race. She gave it everything, but she's 2 points adrift. She's given it everything she's had, but this time it's Eliska Matuskova, the world champion. But the 15-year-old Sara Zubarova becomes the youngest ever winner of the Macau Grand Prix of Macau. What a performance! As here comes the flag of honor for Eliska Matuskova, world champion in 2024, gold medalist at the World Games 2025, and now the 2025 world champion. What an unbelievable achievement. She celebrates in style out on the ocean blue as the South China Sea resonates to the final world champion to be crowned. Also on the shore, Aneta Stukalova gets an embrace from Li Yunjin, as well as from her compatriot Barbara Kodorova. It's a cruel end to the season for Aneta Stukalova to lose by so little, but Eliska Matuskova is back-to-back world champion, the youngest woman alive ever to do so. 17 years of age, and already she is a double women's world champion. Sara Zubarova wins the Macau Grand Prix of Macau, and at 15 years of age, she has got such a future. But Eliska Matuskova is the double world champion. She joins Aneta Stukalova, who also has that honor, but she misses out by 2 points. Gao Jiayin is fourth, ahead of Emma Strichalova, Chai Jin, Barbara Kodorova, and Elizaveta Vaitova from Linda Luke Scheider, Sara Volfova, Miki Tori, and the lady who was just there to participate, Li Yunjin. She waved them all through. She wanted the battle to be pure. But what an end for Eliska Matuskova. She was 9 points back. Now she's a world champion again. Absolutely extraordinary scenes. She gets the congratulations from Lukas Zahorski, the two riders that represented the Czech Republic in the Nations Cup at the World Games and lifted the gold medal together. Zahorski congratulates the new Queen of the Ocean. She won it in 2024. She's done it again in 2025. Lifted up on the shoulders of the two legends of the Czech Republic. Matěj Novotný on her right, Lukas Zahorski on her left, and Eliska Matuskova joins a very elite group of people. Double world champion. What an incredible end to the season. Nothing is ever certain in UIM MotoSurf. And here at the Macau Grand Prix of Macau, we had an amazing battle that went all the way to the wire. Aneta Stukalova will have to wait for a third World Championship title. She'll head into 2026 more fired up, more motivated, and she will go for it with everything she's got. Sara Zubarova, the winner of the Macau Grand Prix of Macau, only 15. Stunning. What ability she's got. And an amazing future awaits her in the years to come. But the double world champion, Eliska Matuskova, to add to her gold medal from Chengdu in August in the World Games. Absolutely fantastic. What an end to the season. And what an absolutely heroic run. Well, folks, you've been patient enough. There is just one race to go in the 2025 UIM MotoSurf World Championship. And it's the gods of the sport, the elites. This is the Formula One of our sport. Matěj Novotný, pole position, already crowned a double world champion. Alex Luke Scheider versus Lukas Zahorski. Matej Kozicek, Adam Kolar, Miroslav Kup, and Yuri Wolf. The magnificent 7 from the Czech Republic. And they have only one left, one race to fight for, and that is the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. Such an amazing end to the season. Our champions are now all crowned. But Maciej Novotny, the man who's taken over from the 24-year-old Luka Zahorski, who dominated the sport for so long, 6 times the world champion, came out of retirement at the end of last year, knowing that he wanted one prize above all, and that was the gold medal in the MotoSurf section of the World Games in Chengdu. Now he really has been decorated with every single honour in a MotoSurf World Rider's career in the elite category. There is the kisses blown by the 2 championship contenders, Aneta Stukalova and Eliska Maruskova. They are rivals, but they are great friends, as Lee Eun-jin embraces her good friend Aneta Stukalova. The community down here is one of racing, of course it is, but it's also one of great competition. Emma Struchalova comes over to embrace Aneta Stukalova. What an amazing end to the season. There'll be a wonderful scene at the gala dinner tonight, but a fabulous, fabulous conclusion to the Women's World Championship. And I'm already getting excited about the prospect of 2026. Both Eliska Maruskova and Aneta Stukalova need to be very worried for 2026, because in the form Sara Zubarova is in at the end of this season, she could be unstoppable in 2026. So now we go to the Elite World Championship. This morning, Maciej Novotny confirmed he will be the world champion in the Elites by taking heat victories away from Alex Lukscheider and Luka Zahorski. So now the top 3 men in the competition will go to battle one last time for the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. And I promise you, this is going to be the most intense race of the lot. In the middle of your picture with the white shirt, Alex Lukscheider. To the left of him, the new double world champion, Maciej Novotny, still only 17 years of age. Very similar to Eliska Maruskova. The elite category is, of course, the only category of MotoSurf where you can make adjustments and adaptations to the board to fine-tune it and get even more power and speed out of it. It's why these riders are the fastest. It's also why they are the gods of our sport. Not many competitors go in for the elite category. Most riders can be found in the stock championship, where you buy the board and you race the board. In the elites, you are looking for hundredths and thousandths of a second. But now the battle will rage for one last time here on the Hansar beachfront on the island of Coleraine, here in Macau. And this is going to be the ultimate race of the season. 12 laps and 2 long laps per rider to settle the scores in the Elite World Championship. What an incredible array of riders. 6-time world champion Luka Zahorski battling for supremacy from the outset. He's going to be starting from 3rd on the grid. 6 times the world champion, gold medalist at Chengdu. Alex Lukscheider started the season victoriously in Fujairah, and he is the captain of the Apex Pilots team. A fabulous competitor and a great ambassador for the sport. In the background, you can see Matej Kozicek getting himself ready for the race. He's in 4th position on this grid. He absolutely loves this category, lives and breathes MotoSurf. And he'll be going off 4th position on the grid for this one. But the pole position sitter is the man who has dominated everything he has started in here in Macau this week. Maciej Novotny on the charge to go for the World Championship undefeated in 2025. Here we go. The 7 riders take to the shoreline. The very last race of the season. The Elite World Championship finale. The MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. 12 laps for these 7 incredible men. Alex Lukscheider in the number 2 and the number 6 there of Matthias Kurbs. Miroslav Kurb getting himself into the action once again. It's going to be one heck of a showdown here. Alex Luke Scheider sets off into the distance. There's young Adam Kolar with the number 5 shorts, still only 15 years of age to step into the elite competition. That is bravery. Whoops. That is Adam Kolar, I think, getting himself ready for his Melco Grand Prix of Macau final. Not quite what you want to be doing to get yourself ready for it. He'll get started again. It's only the warm-up. No concerns yet. But certainly an epic proportion of race coming up here. Here's Alex Luke Scheider dialing himself in and getting himself ready. 1 in Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates. He's been in the championship fight since the start of the year, and now it's going to be a magnificent run. Oh, Adam Kolar goes down in the drink again as he warms himself up. He almost seems out of sorts here, the 15-year-old. Perhaps a 12-lap final is still a daunting prospect for the youngster. Lukas Jaworski joins in after everybody else. Only 7 of them, but I promise you, that's still going to be an epic show. There's barely anything to choose between the top 4 riders in this competition, and Adam Kolar, if he can get himself dialed in, then he'll be the 5th man in the equation. Miroslav Kurb and Jiri Wolf would be the first one to tell you that they're not quite at the same level as these young whippersnappers up the sharp end of the field, but they still want to race with pride in the elite category. Just getting to the end of the 12 laps is a mammoth achievement. And so we go to battle for the last time this season in the UIM MotoSurf World Championship, and very fittingly indeed, it's the elites. Pole position for the new world champion, Matthias Novotny. Champion in 24, champion again in 25. So let's see what the apprentice has learned from the sorcerer, his team manager, 24-year-old Lukas Jaworski, who will line up parallel to Alex Luke Scheider. This is going to be a sensational end to the season as the Magnificent 7 will blast down to the flag. Novotny, Luke Scheider, Jaworski, Kozicek, Kolar, Kurb and Wolf. The flag is in the air and let's go racing. The Elite World Championship will conclude with the Melco Grand Prix of Macau. Look how close it is between the top 4 already. As Jaworski tries to get up the inside of Alex Luke Scheider, he almost drifts away. And through into 3rd goes Kozicek. So Kozicek has got ahead of Lukas Jaworski. Luke Scheider's pushing clearly very hard in the opening store. But out in front, Matthias Novotny comes out of the slalom first. And Luke Scheider has got ahead of Kozicek. Lukas Jaworski is really struggling. He finds himself down in 4th place. The gold medalist in Chengdu and the 6-time world champion. Then it's Kolar in P5 from Kurb and Jiri Wolf. But the first lap is completed. There's 11 to go. And all 7 of these amazing competitors are putting in as good a show as they can find. Luke Scheider goes for the long lap. So too does Jaworski. As the top 3 riders are now Novotny, Kozicek and Kolar. In through the slalom. Kurb and Wolf decide to take the long lap on this time as well. So out in the lead, it is the new world champion, Matthias Novotny, ahead of Matej Kozicek. And then it is Adam Kolar in 3rd position. But they've all got to take their long lap later. Luke Scheider P4, 5th is Jaworski, 6th is Kurb, and 7th is Jiri Wolf. Looks good at the moment for the pole sitter, Matthias Novotny. Doesn't really need to break a sweat at this point. He's going to stay out on the course. He doesn't want to go for the long lap just yet, but Matej Kozicek does. So Matej Kozicek goes on to the long lap, and Adam Kolar will do the same thing. So now it'll be about where Luke Scheider and Jaworski emerge as a result of their duel. Where can Matej Kozicek slip in between these two, or will he beat them both out? Through the boys, Luke Scheider is going to come forward. Can Jaworski beat Kozicek out of the long lap? No, he just misses it. So Jaworski goes for the long lap again straight away. I nearly got him, so I'll do it the second time. There is Matej Kozicek in the slalom. A great ride from a very promising young rider in the elites. Matej Kozicek getting better all the time in the elite category. The 19-year-old from Petrovice for the FG Forest Racing team. And there is the pole sitter, Matthias Novotny, the new world champion. Now a double world champion. Luke Scheider in front of Kozicek. Matthias Novotny is closing up on them, but that is because he has yet to take even his first long lap. He wants the mother of all gaps. He doesn't want to have to worry about anything in this race. He comes out through the turns, and now he does go on the long lap. So Alex Luke Scheider, currently in second place, trying to get back on terms as he completes his second long lap as well. So Alex Luke Scheider is the first rider in the top three to get it done. Lukas Zahorski has also taken his second long lap. So now it just essentially comes down to the wire. Matthias Novotny on course to winning his final race of the season. And that is Luke Scheider. Alex Luke Scheider has tumbled into the waves. So Alex Luke Scheider will have lost a good 6 seconds in that, and that will be second place surely, lost to Lukas Zahorski. Alex Luke Scheider trying to fight his way back into contention. But once you fall once, it's very easy to fall again. And Lukas Zahorski is now doing what he needs to do to get back on terms. But Matthias Novotny is having an amazing ride here. He's already taken one long lap. Everybody else around him has taken two. So now it's up to him as to when he goes. It's now. So Matthias Novotny uncorks the bottle and goes for the second long lap. The closing laps of this 2025 season. At the end of this one, Matthias Novotny will be halfway home in the Macau Grand Prix of Macau, and then it comes down to attrition and stamina. Matej Kozicek has now got ahead of Alex Luke Scheider as a result of the Apex Pilots tumble. So Matej Kozicek is going good for a podium finish here as Matthias Novotny clears the long lap for the second and final time, and he's well clear of Zahorski and Kozicek. So Matthias Novotny has got all the time in the world here. He comes out of the slalom and crosses the line. And so Matthias Novotny is 6 laps done, 2 laps completed in the long laps, and so there's 6 laps to go. This is now about concentration. Yes, he's got the advantage. Yes, he's got the lead, but it doesn't stay for long when you make mistakes. Matej Kozicek is now putting pressure on the living legend Lukas Zahorski, 6 times the world champion, gold medalist in the solo and Nations Cup disciplines of the MotoSurf World Games of 2025 at Chengdu. Still a great race in the offing though from Lukas Zahorski, but Matej Kozicek is really rising to the occasion here in 3rd position, putting a lot of pressure on the living legend. This is a really impressive ride from Matej Kozicek, clearly leaving his very best ride to the end of the weekend. He's well clear at the moment of Alex Luke Scheider, a full couple of boys in front of the Apex Pilot. Luke Scheider's not giving up, but these pace set laps are now going to be brought down, I think, to the slaloms. That's where the overtaking moves could happen. But certainly Matthias Novotny is having a great ride of it. Adam Kolar is on the verge of being lapped. The 15-year-old has been brave to come in against these superstars, but he's not quite at the same level yet. So Adam Kolar is obviously going to have a little bit of a moment here as Matthias Novotny comes up to lap him. Zahorski in 2nd, Kozicek in 3rd, Luke Scheider in 4th ahead of Kolar. And then it is Miroslav Kurp in front of Jedi Wolf. So Matthias Novotny does not want to rush this. He goes the opposing direction to Adam Kolar. Kolar goes left, so Novotny goes right. And he should be able to clear Kolar in the slalom without too many difficulties, especially now that Kolar has dropped it in the drink. So Zahorsky in second. Adam Kolar gets out of the way. And on to lap number 10 comes Matthias Novotny. 3 laps to go before the newly crowned world champion dominates at Macau. Winner of heat 1, 2, 3 and 4 after an amazing run in qualifying. But Matthias Novotny played the percentages last year to win his world championship. He only did what he had to. As Luke Scheider goes down again. Alex Luke Scheider goes down a second time. And that really does set the tone for this weekend for Alex Luke Scheider. What a shame for the man from the Apex Pilots team. Bitter disappointment, I'm sure, for the 19-year-old from Brno Jablonski. But it is a wonderful season nonetheless for Alex Luke Scheider. Looking back, surely next year is going to be the year he goes for the World Championship and comes through with a victory. But Matthias Novotny has been absolutely flamboyant and dominant under the tutelage of Lukas Zahorsky. That man there, 6 times a world champion and a gold medalist now, twice over. Once in solo, once in Nations Cup. But this man, Matthias Novotny, is about to go on to the last lap of the season. It was always going to be tricky to take on the likes of Luke Scheider and Zahorsky at full chat. But now the Sorcerer is about to be beaten in full-time competition by his apprentice. For me, this has been an amazing ride too for Matej Kozicek to really follow in the draft of Lukas Zahorsky and get under the skin of Alex Luke Scheider. A brilliant performance in the last race of the season, and he will very much deserve to be on the Macau Grand Prix podium. But into the slalom for the last time comes the double world champion, the 17-year-old from Petrovice. A fabulous run for the Nekonice superstar for Rocket Racing. Out of the final turn, the world champion wins the Macau Grand Prix. Matthias Novotny dominates in Macau. Lukas Zahorsky comes through for second place. And it is going to be an amazing podium for Matej Kozicek. A fantastic end to the season in 2025 as Matthias Novotny is not just the world champion, he's not just a double world champion, he's also the king of Macau. Absolutely fantastic end to an amazing season. Last year, it was about playing the percentages and getting the minimum done. This year, he's rocked the Casbah since the start of the season. And Matthias Novotny is now the dominator of Macau and the double back-to-back world champion in the UIM MotoSurf Elite World Championship. You can't hear it, but down here on the shoreline, Queen have gone into full chat with We Are the Champions as Matthias Novotny has won the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau and the Elite World Championship. Lukas Zahorsky second from Matej Kozicek. What a ride. Alex Luke Scheider fourth from Adam Kolar, Miroslav Koop and Yuri Wolf. And so it's victorious scenes down here. The elite riders are celebrating as going back to the ocean comes the new world champion. The South China Sea rings out to the superstar from Nekonice. An amazing end of the season for the 17-year-old Rocket from Rocket Racing. 2024 world champion, 2025 world champion, and the master of Macau. A fabulous way to end the season for Matthias Novotny, your UIM MotoSurf world champion in Elite for 2025 and the winner of the MACAO Grand Prix of Macau. And that is as majestic a way to end the season as we could have asked for. The wet donuts on the shoreline as everybody celebrates in style. And look at that. The Sorcerer follows the apprentice. Lukas Zahorsky's time at the top is well and truly over. Rocket Racing are the top team, but the mentor rides beside the mentee. The sorcerer hands the flag over to the apprentice, and Matthias Novotny has learnt from the very best. He is now the double world champion, and his time at the top could go on and on and on. Well, it's wonderful scenes here at Macau as the MotoSurf World Championship title is wrapped up in fantastic style across all of the categories. It's been an amazing end to the year. The junior boy world champion, Matthias Barvik, the junior girl world champion, Ellen Berdova, the Masters champion, Kim Down, the elite champion, Matthias Novotny, the stock champion, Anthony Squire, the Stock R Merlin Plus world champion, Mike Michailidis, and the women's champion, Eliska Matuskova. But the king of them all is the elite world champion, Matthias Novotny. Back-to-back world champion. There's nothing more to say, except we hope you've enjoyed every single second of the Macau Grand Prix of Macau, and indeed the UIM MotoSurf World Championship season. The breakthrough year into the World Games and 5 amazing events across the UAE, Turkey, Italy, Croatia, and now Macau. Our world champions are crowned. Our Grand Prix winners have been declared. And all that is left is to wish you all the very best in joining us in the 2026 World Championship, as every time a championship ends, the next one begins immediately. We'll keep growing. We'll keep getting faster, better, bigger, harder, and stronger. Rejoin us in 2026 as the UIM MotoSurf World Championship will once again provide all the drama and adrenaline you could ask for and more. From me, Jake Sanson, on the shoreline at Hansar Beach, on the island of Colwyn, in China's special administrative region of Macau. Thank you so much to everybody, to Melco, to Red Bull, to the MMSA, the Macau MotoSurf Association, and everybody here at the MotoSurf World Championship, and the UIM who allow us to race. We've had an amazing time here at Macau. It's been an amazing week, and we hope that in 2026 you'll rejoin us to do it all again. From all of us here, goodbye.